just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see. It's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see. It's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it! Yay!
Yeah. Damn. It's B3CCA. You know who it is. Get ready, ho. Yeah.
They all wanna be me. They all wanna be B3. Trippy, pretty, witty. From the West Coast to New York City. You don't have the motion, you just have a name. Take away the brand, you are hella lame. I talk my talk and back it up easily. Yeah, got your girl yelling B3ID. Posting on the gram, funny how you're trying to posture. Easy to be champ of a one-woman roster. I'm a real champ, yeah, I'm not an imposter. A mic in my hand, I turn into a monster. Sad you're obsessed with the likes and the clicks. How you still saying turn in 2026? You really are lucky that you have any fans. But your luck will run out when you catch these hands. Damn. Yeah, how are you still doing the whip in 2026? And you know, it's good you don't even try to nay. I'm glad, because I think I would die from the cringe. For real. No cap. They all wanna be me, yo. They all wanna be B3. Trippy, pretty, witty. From the West Coast to New York City. You don't have the motion, you just have a name. Take away the brand, you are hella lame. I talk my talk and back it up easily. Got your girl yelling B3ID. B3ID.
The following song is brought to you by
Arby's, the place that...
booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, Phil S. Marks. And today we have a jam-packed show. My goodness, AEW Grand Slam Mexico Dynamite special, whatever you want to call it, is live on Mexico. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to watch it and live react to it. We're going to talk about Tony Khan being not only the best guy, but a complete and utter hack with the announcement of yet another Continental Classic type tournament in AEW. Craziness. We are going to talk about all of the good stuff. Undertaker is quitting his podcast because his wife ruined it. EC3 responds to the viral video of him looking not so good, which he had to directly respond to. We're also going to talk about what else? Indies news, global news, no Canada, everything. It's just a jam-packed show, so stay locked in and buckle in, folks. It's going to be a good one. Make sure you hit like on the way in. Make sure you guys super chat, become a member, gift a membership, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. That's how you support the show. Just come say what up in chat or hit like or heart or retweet or whatever, wherever you're watching this, okay? Appreciate you guys so much. Man, oh man. There's lots to talk about today, so we're going to dive right into it. I also, yesterday, I did a stream. If you guys missed it, make sure you check it out. It's only at youtube.com/ProWrestleClips. I don't put it on anywhere else. I don't put it up on Rumble. I don't put it on the Times channel in a replay, nothing like that. My run-ins are just something I do on the Clips channel. Make sure you guys check that out. I did a sicko segment that was 3 hours long to clear out the sicko folder. There were ups, there were downs. It got ugly, it got funny. And I want you all to enjoy it, so make sure you guys go and check that out if you have not already. And I tried to make the thumbnail like the X-Men 97 thing, but everyone running to give each other hugs instead of fight, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what I did yesterday, or just a random stream on a Tuesday. Had the club going up on a Tuesday, and I might just do a stream Wednesday. Wednesday. It is Wednesday, dumbass. On Friday as well. Friday, gotta get down on Friday. I might just do a run-in on Friday and do a Wrestling's Not Fake. So just be on the lookout for that. I don't know what time or anything, so could be in the morning, could be in the afternoon, could be in the evening. Skinnamarink-dinky-dink, skinnamarink-doo. I stream for you. And tomorrow, Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week is going to be a long-ass DMW, okay? It's going to be like a 4-hour-long show because it's been 2 weeks worth of shit building up. with Dave Meltzer. So make sure you guys are locked into that as well. I haven't finished X-Men 97, by the way. I haven't even got my goddamn Spider-Man review up. Jesus. And then I have a new top 10 video over on my other channel coming out as well to accompany the Spider-Man video. All good. That's other shit. You guys want to talk about pro wrestling? Has there ever been a Spider-Man guy? There's been lots of I think there was, right? There was like a Spider-Man pro wrestler knockoff. Spider-Man pro wrestler. And he wear like a yellow suit. Now I know Macho Man played Bonesaw McGraw. Bonesaw's ready. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Ooh, yeah. But wasn't there like a Spider-Man wrestler who'd wear like a yellow suit? Arachnaman. Yeah, right here. Let's pull this shit up. Hold on a second. Let's pull this up. Arachnaman, dude. No. Arachnaman. No. Arachnaman. You guys see that? Oh my goodness. Arachnaman. Who was in that suit? Who was under there? I need to know. But yeah, I'm going to get some Spider-Man content over on the Phil Marks Out channel if you guys are into that. But we're into pro wrestling and Arachnaman. Okay? So I'm going to put a poll up in chat because I'm curious as well. What promotion do you think feels the hottest right now? I want to know because MLW, I think, is really like doing some good stuff. And they're kind of heating things up. It's cool because the main story is like a tag team division story. That feels like the main thing with the whole skyscrapers, and Corbin's still over there because they tape stuff with him. And the Good Brothers or the Contra Mercs, right? And that it feels like they're showing the world that you can do tag wrestling like at the tippy top of the division or in the promotion. And it doesn't take away from anything. So I am looking forward to MLW and all of that every week, even though I didn't or I watched this past week one, but there needs to be a recap show. And goddamn, we already cover so much. It's like, do I add MLW on top of shit? I'm more into MLW, I think, than TNA right now, personally. So, and that's not a knock on TNA, but I want to know, what promotion do you think feels the hottest right now? 1 for WWE, 2 for AEW, 3 for TNA, 4 for MLW. Now, guys, Ring of Honor and AAA count under WWE. That's WWE, okay? They're having a fucking tournament. We're going to talk about that with Roman Reigns and all of that stuff. Winner gets to face Roman Reigns for the world title, Brian. But to kick things off, guys, I'm just bibbling and babbling as people file in. Let's get into my new favorite segment. And again, vote in the poll. What promotion do you think feels the hottest right now? 1 for WWE, 2 for AEW, 3 for TNA, 4 for MLW, wherever you're watching, just in the chat. Fucking 1, 2, 3, or 4. It is time, though, for Ratings Wars. That's right, guys. Ratings Wars is back. I think it's the first one we've done in, again, maybe even 2 weeks, or like at least 1 week went by without doing a Ratings Wars, and now we're tackling it again. So AEW Redemption currently has 1.3K people watching live. So this was during AEW Redemption. Shout out at Switchblade97 who tracks this. Again, the Observer's starting to post things about SummerSlam Google Trends and all of these things. They won't do it for AEW, though. You notice that? TNA, UFC, now WWE, they're posting how the SummerSlam Google Trends were down. What about for Redemption, bud? So AEW Redemption currently has 1.3K people watching the live pay-per-view on YouTube. It's currently trending to be the least watched live AEW pay-per-view stream of all time on YouTube. Now, why does YouTube matter, Phil? Well, because it's the #1 streamer, and it is Google. So this is what comes up in Google Trends. AEW Redemption live pay-per-view, AEW Redemption whatever, and then the YouTube thing comes up, very first thing. Okay, so if you compare it to how many were watching the pre-show live, it was in the tens of thousands. Now, they certainly did not convert that many people who went, I'm jumping from YouTube and going to regular pay-per-view. They didn't convert 100% of those folks. I would love to know. Let me ask AI here. Let me ask Google. Speaking of Google, let me Google something. Google it. AEW Redemption pre-show YouTube live viewers peak. Let's see if we can get a number from Google. The buy-in, okay, so the pre-show video accumulated over 145,000 views. That's it. And then right here, the main pay-per-view stream on YouTube hovered around 1,300. That's brutal. So they didn't convert, they didn't convert 100% of the YouTube people. Obviously, you're never going to always convert 100%. So Wrestle Dream was the lowest previously, that peaked at 1.6K live viewers on AEW YouTube pay-per-view. Now, this matters because AEW on YouTube is global. YouTube is global, and you have to assume the people in this chat are watching the pay-per-view on YouTube. I think you have to have bought the pay-per-view to be in the chat. So, again, there was no update because this was the peak right here. Switchblade, you guys know, we've seen this multiple times where he posts updates to where the ebbs and flows of it. 1.3K were watching on YouTube. The previous lowest was Wrestle Dream 25 that peaked at 1.6K watching live on YouTube. Year over year, the last event, not Redemption, but the one before, was like down 60% or something like that as we tracked it. So again, I'm not trying to shit on AEW. If there's any sickos out there getting bum hurt, I'm not trying to shit on AEW, but you cannot listen to liars and frauds who post Google Trend analytics for one company and not the other. Now, I'm surprised Switchblade hasn't looked up the Google Trend and posted that chart. But the thing is he doesn't even need to, because it's obvious Redemption trended way lower than fucking Double or Nothing or whatever the fuck. So, or like even what All In is trending. I bet All In is trending more than this pay-per-view ever even trended. So, again, when people are just like year over year, there's 500,000 watching on Max. Well, they can all just buy the pay-per-view on Max, but they don't. They don't. And if there was 100,000, 130,000 rounding up watching the pre-show, and then they convert, what number did they convert? 1.3K. So what makes you think on HBO Max people are it's going to like convert more than that, you know? Anyways, we move along and let's talk more AEW ratings and attendances and whatnot. If we have any in here. Well, one thing actually we should talk about as it pertains to AEW is the Warner Bros. Paramount merger. The Ellisons would have to pay $9.8 billion if the Warner Bros. And Paramount merger collapses. Furthermore, I was reading about this. There's something called like a ticker tax or something like, I don't even remember what the terminology is, but they are going to have, like, regardless of what happens, they're paying $7.7 billion on that. And I'm not joking. It's like similar, if not identical to the UFC number, what they paid UFC for this getting held up and whatever terms, I guess, were put on the timeline of the deal going through. Now, like the Paramount logo, this is looking a little more rocky I think, but I'm just a layman. I don't fucking know. I'm not a Hollywood exec. I'm not a fucking TV exec. I'm not in any of these things, right? But this definitely, like, Paramount, they're taking a hit either way, so they just might ride this out and take Warner Bros. I think it would be the safe bet anyways. Like, they're going to have to, they're fucked either way. They're paying like a huge in the billions either way this goes. So I think they just ride it out. Then when they own fucking Bugs Bunny and all that shit, they try and turn that into 2 billion, then Scooby-Doo into 2 billion, then DC into fucking 100 billion or whatever. Spider-Man just brought in $1 billion, right? Marvel's still cooking. DCU hasn't paid off as well as they'd hope, especially with Supergirl. Like, if anybody was on the ropes about, damn, I don't know about the direction of the DCU, Supergirl was like, oh, fuck, you know? So we'll see what happens with all of that. But Harry Potter's a bunch of money, you know? If you don't think with all those IPs they can't, like, recoup the 10 bill that they're going to go out, I'm sure they believe they can once they own Warner Bros. It's looking like they're going to have to pay 7 or 8 bill or 9 or 10 bill if it goes one way, 7 or 8 if it goes the other way. You know, either way you're fucked. Just take the hit and keep trotting forward. You know, that's all you can really do. So Dynamite viewership slid for the 3rd week in a row, with the show drawing under 700K viewers for the first time since June, dude. Dynamite averaged, and this was last week, 676K viewers, down 4% from last week, with a 0.12 in the key demo, which is even. Dynamite ranked 10 on cable. And yeah, it just fell below 700K because it's just, the booking's wonky. It's just wonky. And you turn shit on and you get fucking like Garcia and Yuta and shit shoved down your throat, and shitty Moxley. No one likes Moxley. I'm sorry. He's cooked. He's done. He's finished. So year over year, Dynamite was up 10% in total viewers. That's good. The 18 to 49 was down 20%. So maybe all the youngsters were watching Fox News. I don't know. But and I dropped the whole trombone flop bell gimmick, okay? So here's a look at their YouTube numbers. Well, actually, here, Raj Giri had this to say about the 18 to 49. 49. He says, demo. He says, Collision last Thursday did a 0.05 to TNA's 0.04. And I've been pointing this out for a minute. Look at how much more AEW pays for talent, production, etc. It should not be that close. And it's true. If you think about it, TNA got a $30 million deal or whatever. Collision, they created for Punk. Essentially, he disappears. This show becomes Rampage. The key demos are touching each other. Dave says that's the most important number. He never talks about Collision. He doesn't go, well, Collision's beating Raw and SmackDown in the world, Brian. And USA is beating it, Brian. None of these fraud hacks do. And so what is Dave going to say when TNA starts beating Collision? Are we supposed to believe TNA's then beating NXT because it's also on AMC Plus? Well, that's ridiculous. Netflix is way bigger or whatever the fuck, because NXT is on, it's on, I think CW Plus, ESPN, whatever the fuck. It's on Netflix internationally, the replays. So again, man, TNA's crushing it. They're growing and growing. They're going to start doing 400,000. Now, head-to-head, I don't know. Maybe AEW gets its ass whooped. Maybe it does. Every time they go head-to-head. If you stack them up like they start at the same time and both run for 2 hours or an hour, I don't know who's going to win that. AEW should win that. But it's exactly what Raj Giri's saying. Like, dude, Will Ospreay and Mystico and John Moxley and these guys are all on Collision. All these guys who are getting paid so much fucking money are on Collision. Okada's having matches with Hachisaru on Collision. And you have TNA creeping up with like ex-NXT people that they built, like Mr. Elegance. You have Mike Santana just dipped out, and you have like some of these people leaving and some people coming in right now currently. We'll talk about TNA news in a minute here because they let some more folks go, bringing some more people back, teasing some more people coming back. So that's Tony Khan should be frightened when he sees this, especially, and Dave should be when he's like, key demos most important, Brian. How the fuck is he going to cope when TNA starts doing the same key demo as Collision? And this is the thing, right? The Collision and Dynamite demos are tanking, including year over year. TNA has been number one in other demographics, like for teen males and stuff like this. Number one for like 12 to 18 and shit like that. So obviously you want to sell to younger, create lifelong fans, whatever. Not all the time, but like in pro wrestling, that seems to kind of be what works. You like it when you're younger, you like it when you're older. And good for TNA. They're crushing. And shout out Raj for pointing this out. And maybe stay away from like, you know, it seems like every show or every pay-per-view, there's multiple matches that look like that fucking Perez Hilton video that came out last night where fucking people are just sliced up, gushing. There can be some hard-way blood. We see it in WWE all the time. But going overboard with the fucking fishbowl drownings and stuff, I just really think that I don't think even the key demo thinks that cool. They cannot. They can't. I don't know who. It's just hardcore deathmatch wrestling fans. You know, that's really all it is. So maybe look at what TNA's doing. The point I'm trying to make here, speaking of TNA, Perez Hilton, speaking of TNA, I think that was his last like TV appearance was in TNA Wrestling, no? Look at what TNA's doing. They are like more just trying to focus on their stories. Yes, you have some cinematic matches that pop a rating and shit like that, but it's because there's a story there that people like between the Righteous and the Hardys. They're all character guys. Tone had the Righteous. He had the Hardys. He's letting it slip through his fucking fingers, you know? He lets everything slip through his fingers. We're going to get into that in a bit, but these ratings, man, like, or these YouTube numbers as well. So check this out. Raj Giri posts like the Yoba Femi, Brock Lesnar segment on Raw is over 1.1 million views on their official YouTube channel. That Kenny Omega Ospreay promo, 56K. 56K, guys. Mo Moon has been a member for 16 goddamn months. Over a year, dude. Thank you. And we acknowledge the members here at PWT.
Acknowledge me.
56K, bro. 56K. Guys, that's brutal. For like a multi-million-dollar, the number one, we're in the lead, man. We own New York and we're beating Raw on TV, man. 56K on the YouTube. What happened? So that Kenny Omega Ospreay promo, 56K. But there are hucksters out there that will try to sell that more people are watching Dynamite than Raw. Isn't that Cookie Monster, chat? Like, people really believe that shit. And so this guy posts AEW posts short and long highlight videos. And obviously this guy uses the smaller number as a gotcha moment. So here's a sicko named Buckshot Lariat, right? It's Elboo's burner. And this guy completely felts himself. So he goes, dude, they post short and long form. He uses the smaller number as a gotcha. This just proves Raj's point further. 120K, 59, we'll round it up. We'll say 60K views, not even 200K views to the fucking 1.1 million. And guess what? If you took the short version of what Brock and Oba did in their promo, and you looked at the TikTok, the Instagram, the YouTube, and all the short versions, it's probably at like 1 billion fucking, obviously not 1 billion, but you guys know what I'm saying. Like probably in the tens of millions of views if you account for all of their short TikTok, reel, all of those things, right? So it's insane. It's just unhinged how these motherfuckers don't realize, like, if 120K are watching on the free YouTube that's global, doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't care who you are, where you're from, if you're subscribed to Max, as long as you watch me, right? YouTube don't give a fuck. Now, yes, some content is blocked in like certain countries and shit, you know, obviously, but AEW on YouTube is open to the fucking world. And it's people who can click on that instead of having to pay for Max or pirate a thing or get a VPN or go on an illegal thing or fucking, or all, like, have to have cable, have network, depending where you are in the world, have my AEW. So you have millions who watch on Netflix, views-wise, and then also there's millions on social media after that. But people expect you to think that there's millions watching Dynamite every week, but then where's all the YouTube views then? That means there would be, like, because you don't convert 100%. So if Raw has 2.3 million viewers, that means there's like millions more wrestling fans. You could like double or 3x the amount of actually wrestling fans who like WWE, but like watch the Rumble or Mania or whatever the fuck, who like might go to a show because it's in town but don't go every week or just watch the clip on YouTube. So that's the thing with AEW, right? There's hundreds of thousands of people who watch on TV, and there's barely hundreds of thousands that even watch on YouTube. So it looks even worse than you think. They're not just all going, hey, there's millions of us over here on Max and my AEW, just so you guys know. Like, that's just not magically happening, you know? So we got to accept that reality. I'm being very harsh on AEW to start ratings wars, but so Raj Giri, oh, this is what it is. Ticking fees, not ticking tax. So Paramount and Warner Bros. Antitrust trial is set for March 2, 2027. Because the merger won't close before October 1, Paramount will accrue roughly $1.3 billion in ticking fees payable to WB shareholders only if the merger closes. So Paramount has already paid $2.8 billion breakup fee owed to Netflix. So they had to pay $3 billion to be like, nope, Netflix, we got it from here. Because Netflix was like making press releases and shit. Paramount would instead owe a $7 billion regulatory termination fee if the deal is ultimately blocked. Holy fuck. So maybe my analysis on this earlier was off, but now they're saying $9.8 billion, or was that an early estimate? I have no clue, but it is incredibly interesting to say the least. And here's the thing, like, let's say they don't merge and everyone blocks it. Okay, WB's fucked. They're a dead scene. They're struggling to even do like Barbie 2. That might bring them in some coin because they don't know what the fuck is going on and they can't put pen to paper on anything. They're already in a bunch of debt. They're already fucked. They're already paying their execs a bunch of goddamn money who are looking for their escape plan and whatnot. The DCU's kind of backfiring on them. They had to sell the distribution rights to that John Cena Acme movie to another fucking thing because they were just going to tax write it off regardless. They had to bring some money in somehow because they're hurting so bad. So let's say AEW's left in that rubble. Who cares? You know, that's fucking brutal. It's brutal for them regardless of what happens. The best case scenario, and this is why Tone is hyping it up, is they end up on Paramount in some form or fashion. But the problem is that AEW isn't scalable, as we've covered innumerable times on this show. And Paramount's looking for scale right now, and they're willing to invest in it too. That's why I think they're just going to pay all this shit and then try and make $10 billion off Harry Potter and write that nut off, you know? That's pretty much all you can do. There's no other way to handle that. So, we move along here. Let's see if we have any more ratings. I did want to see WrestleTix on X and see if he posted the Grand Slam Mexico tickets, which I believe he did, and I did not bookmark them. So where are they? No, I don't think he posted, but apparently there's roughly 6,000 tickets distributed. Not quite 6,000, but about 6,000 tickets distributed for AEW Grand Slam Mexico. And so let's move along to, oh yeah, so Dynamite did 676,000 viewers, 0.12 in the key demo. And, you know, NXT's beating them and stuff like this. So we're going to get into all of that. Let's talk some WWE ratings and whatnot. I'm just pulling Dynamite up here. Lost track of the time. And so I want votes in the poll in the chat, guys. 1 for WWE, 2 for AEW, 3 for TNA, 4 for MLW. Which company feels hottest right now? Which company's having the most, as Becca with a 3 would say, hot summer fun this summer? You know what I mean? So let's move along here. And let's talk some TNA ratings, because we brought it up. TNA Impact garnered its best audience in over 8 years for last Thursday's episode, 307K. So it was the righteous deletion. It's up 7% overall from the prior week with a 0.05. Up 67% with the Utes. 6-7 they all went as they turned on TNA. Okay, so it's the best viewership on AMC. The 18 to 49 was tied with 7 other episodes for the best on AMC. And that key demo is the same as Collision, a 0.05, with 100,000 different viewers. Think about that. So AEW will have like 100,000 more viewers, but do the same key demo. So Dave should be glazing this, oh my God, singing from the rafters. Brian grabbing his flute, polishing his flute. Brian, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Well, you know, TNA beating Raw right now, Brian. That's what we should be fucking hearing from Dave.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And we're not. Because now the key demo doesn't matter. It's about the invisible max numbers. It's not about the overall viewership anymore or the key demo. It's just, what are you doing on max, bro? Do you even max, bro? That's what it is. So Jono Walsh has been a member for 1 month and says, love the show, Phil. I'm looking forward to Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. It's going to be a long-ass one tomorrow, dude. Make sure you're locked in. Sending love to you and everyone else in the PWT community. God bless you, man. Much love. Mucho lovio. Everybody hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, hit heart. If you're on replay, hype the goddamn video. Super chat and become a member. I do weekly bonus shows. We watched Raw. And check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And I acknowledge the members here. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
So, guys, we move along here, and in TNA ratings news, TNA Impact beat WWE SummerSlam Countdown in head-to-head ratings. Oh my God, Brian. TNA, if AEW beat a WWE Countdown show, Dave would be like, blah, right? He'd be all fucking
Or, you know, the
queer
young
out, dude.
Superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing. So,
but he's not for TNA. He hasn't said shit. Guys, you have to start, because I'm blocked. Dave's got me blocked. What? Bry's got me blocked. What? You guys have to fucking let it be known whenever Dave tweets some shit out. You gotta like post this shit and go, but TNA, what about TNA? Tying the key demo, beating the key demo for Collision. What about TNA? Beating SummerSlam pre-show. What about TNA? See what Dave says. Force him to melt down and spurg out and be like, well, pre-shows don't matter about, and then we can just pull his card on a bunch of shit, okay? Let it be known. Make sure you put flutes in the chat as you do it as well. So we move along here. I think I have one more on TNA. If not, we're jumping. Okay, yeah, we're just jumping to WWE. So the tickets sold for Monday Night Raw, not this last one, but the one before. Again, over 14,000 people there, right? It's what Double or Nothing did for their pay-per-view in New York. So I guess WWE runs Inglewood now. You know, a little East v West beef. Raw on net. Sorry for the weird scrolling there. Raw Netflix views for last Monday's episode with LA Knight facing Jacob Fatu. So again, this wasn't the last one, but this is the one before. It scored 2.4 million views globally, 4.1 million hours viewed, down 20% hours viewed, but was even viewers for the prior week. Netflix had the runtime at 97 minutes, which would be the second shortest episode since the debut on the platform. The show ranked 5 for the week in the U.S., 6 globally. Year over year was down 11%, and the total hours viewed was down 20%. So there you go, buddies. We move along. SmackDown, and this was not last week again, but the week before, did 1.25 million. With a 0.23 in the key demo and the key demolition. NXT on Tuesday. Come Tuesday. And this was the one with the Grayson Waller pipe bomb. Did 680K. So beat Dynamite again with a 0.10 in the key demo. Now NXT is like it should be like the young person's wrestling show. It's like Degrassi High mixed with wrestling and a little bit more sexiness, you know, and violence. But it's not. It sort of skews, and maybe it's just because there's way more people watching Raw and SmackDown than NXT, so that's where you really see the key demo spike. Like, I don't know if older demos spike across the board too. Presumably so, though, considering it's just more people watch Raw and SmackDown. But yeah, that key demo kind of falls off for NXT, but maybe it's par for the course, like comparable to, like, you know, SmackDown triples the key demo. So what's going on where the younger folks aren't watching NXT? Do they just not give a fuck? I'm actually kind of down, though, because I've said this a million times. Whether you like Grayson Waller's pipe bomb or not, it was crazy. Jim Cornette liked it. I didn't expect that to happen. Whether you like it or not, he wouldn't have to go there and do that if this shit wasn't on TV. Now, yes, I think Tony D and Mike Santana, it's awesome that they have a place to go and be on TV and shit. I'm not going to knock it. I love NXT, love it. I always have. The concept's always been brilliant. But my one main criticism of it, though, is it's like video killed the radio star. Like now, or maybe that's not even a good thing, but I just wanted to say that. Now, like, there's no like regional television where you kind of make your bones, like regional television, high school gyms, house shows where you make your bones and maybe even wrestle a WWE superstar or whatever. And then there's like a class that gets called up of like Cena, Orton, fucking Lesnar, Benjamin, Victoria, right? Like, you don't get that really anymore because we see everything these kids are doing. So some people get too hyped up. Some people get unfairly criticized. Like a Will Cruz. He shouldn't be on television right now, even. In all honesty, he shouldn't be. Like now Evolve's even on television. That's like NXT for NXT. And it's not television, but it kind of is, dude. YouTube is television. Like, what do you think we're doing here? You guys think more people watch YouTube or television? Like, it's become viewing. Like, people fucking just watch YouTube all day and shit instead of regular TV. So it's unfortunate that this shit is even on TV, and Waller wouldn't have to be even doing this, love him or hate him, if this shit wasn't on TV. That's the one bad thing about NXT, and I felt that way for years and years and years. Except for when it was only on the network. Like when Black and Gold was just on the network. Or no, it was airing. I think it was always airing on TV. Whatever, it doesn't matter. CWJ for 2, sweet, says, I'm sure DM Dave Meltzer went into detail about WWE Q2 results. Yeah, well, we have that bookmarked in Phil Makes Big Makes. So we're going to get to that. And yeah, I'm sure he fucking didn't go into detail about any of that shit. And I'm sure you're just being sarcastic. So let's move along here. So we talked about TV ratings in SmackDown. They did 1.379 million for the SummerSlam Go Home, up 35% in the key demo, up 10% overall week to week. The audience was the best since the WrestleMania Go Home episode. Year over year, SmackDown was down 11% in total viewers. Key demo down 33%. Last year's numbers were ranked using the old Nielsen, blah, 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 blah. So shout out SmackDown. They did a good number, I guess, for what they're doing. Shocking. They're not at 2 million, though. WWE AAA NXT Worlds Collide. Now, this is what it's like when worlds collide. Oh, you ready to go? Because I'm ready to go. Now, not only is WWE firing on all cylinders, not only is it yet again another hot lucha summer, okay, like we knew it was going to be, like it was 2 summers ago, like it was this, or was it 2 summers? When was the AAA deal? It's been 2 summers now, right? Doesn't matter, but, you know, the lucha shit's heating up, and if you guys watched Raw, Rey Mysterio was waiting for Roman Reigns after the show, and he's like, I'm the GM of AAA. Do you want to talk with me about something? Can I interest you in something? I got a proposition. And so WWE AAA NXT Worlds Collide is going down in Rosemont, Illinois. Also, you have Triple Mania coming up. One night is in Vegas. One night is in Mexico. There's already rumors swirling about who's going to show up for that. And you have 7,000 tickets for this Worlds Collide show, which is pretty fucking crazy. But also they announced that there's going to be like a tournament between AAA, Raw, and SmackDown superstars, excluding NXT. Maybe it was excluding NXT. I'm not. I think it was. And you even had CM Punk calling out like, what, is there anybody in TNA you want me to fight? And it's like, don't be shocked if we see some TNA motherfuckers, but one maybe show up in this as well. Who knows? Either way, in any of this, all the Worlds Collide / tournament we're having between Raw and SmackDown and AAA people to determine who is going to get a World Heavyweight title shot for the Raw in Mexico, because they're finally doing a Raw and I think a SmackDown in Mexico, for sure a Raw. And so the winner, who I think early guesses, and I know Dave Meltzer and these fucking putzes are like, early rumors are El Grande, but it's like, no shit. Obviously, you know, like that's, you just got to watch any WWE programming or AAA and it'll obviously be El Grande, right? Like who the fuck else would they choose to do it? Like he's the most over guy. It just makes sense. So we'll see with all of that, but I'm excited for it. But yeah, 7,000 tickets. Apparently AEW is struggling to get rid of 6K for their Grand Slam in Mexico tonight, although I'm not hating on it. It's good when they get a hot crowd and it's just jam-packed full of matches. So I think lucha fans like that. Dave's coming his pants, and hopefully they pop a rating for this Dynamite here, this Grand Slam Mexico. But to close things out on WWE, YouTube Premium is adding Peacock and wrestling fans benefit. YouTube CEO Neil Mohan announced Monday that starting in early 2027, YouTube Premium subscribers in the United States will get Peacock Premium included with their membership as part of an expanded NBC Universal partnership. Peacock is the exclusive live streaming home of WWE Saturday Night's Main Event, airing 4 times per year, with the next edition, Sunday Night's Main Event, set for September 6th in Atlanta. And they should have went with Sunday Night Heat. They should have went with Sunday Night Heat and not called it Sunday Night's Main Event. But again, this is what UFC does, right? So they're supposed to put on X amount of Saturday night main event, quote unquote, and thus they call it Sunday night main event, and it takes care of one of your contractually obligated events that you're forced to put on. Not forced to, but that you signed on to put on, right? So that, ladies and gentlemen, was Ratings Wars, and that was the intro to PWT. Plenty in pixel art with a $1.50 super sticker. Let's talk about it. Oh yeah, dude, I acknowledge you. Thank you for the super sticker, my guy. Appreciate you. I'm doing okay, just chilling. Awesome. Yeah, what's chat saying? Is this AEW as a way of making every move look so fake? Shotgun Sunday night. They should just call it Sunday Night Heat. Give me Grande, Penta, Phoenix, Galeno, Final Four. See, people are hyped for that shit. This match is already so much garbage. Yeah, it's hot ass. In Mexico, whatever, though. They're likely going to pop for this shit. It's all good. Hopefully the fans are entertained. This is an indie fed. It's just when we got to hear the glaze from Dave when this is just the same thing. It's the same Young Bucks shit we see all the time, every fucking time. Okay? Edge is wearing Kobe 9s. Okay. Good shit, bro. Good shit, pal. Awesome to know. So, guys, we have another excellent segment. Shout out everybody who's tuned in, guys. Appreciate you all. Let's get into something else here. And again, I did a random stream yesterday where it was like a 3-hour fucking sicko segment. And I know some of you motherfuckers love the sicko segments. So I randomly pulled up on a Tuesday. On Friday, I think I'm going to pull up and do a stream as well. Tomorrow we're doing an extra long Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week because it's been 2 weeks since we've done one. And there's so much A-logging to do. And then Friday I might do a Wrestling's Not Fake, like... I don't know what time. Could be the morning, the night, the day. I really don't know. But yeah, I just have a bunch of stuff backed up in some of these folders. So we're going to get to all that probably Friday. Another run-in. Stay on the lookout. And that's only on youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips or on Kick. You can check it out on Kick as well. Okay, guys. I have a poll in the chat. And it says, what promotion do you think feels the hottest right now? WWE's crushing. So 1 for WWE, 2 for AEW, 3 for TNA, 4 for MLW. Wherever you're watching this, just in the chat. I haven't locked in my vote, but my vote is AAA, which falls under the WWE banner. I'm locking in a 1. Okay? So let's move along here. What do I got next on the docket? Let's do Indies news, okay? We're talking MLW a little bit. Let's jump into some independent global pro wrestling news, guys. We have quite a bit in here. This has been the intro to PWT, by the way. We just started, all right? Okay, we do fucking hour-long intros here at PWT. No shows do hour-long intros, all right? So welcome to the show. The show is now beginning. Welcome, everybody. It is time for Indies and Global News. I'm going to get a new drop than the bad news. Something more global sounding. I don't know, but we got the bad news here. It's a classic drop, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Ric Flair, and this is courtesy of comicbook.com, and Ric Flair deserves a big woo because he was surprised with a replica Rolex that he was gifted after his retirement from wrestling. The original watch went missing over the years. And it's not a real Rolex because the guy hand made it himself, I believe. But I'm not a watch guy, so I don't. Your boy Phil don't collect watches or nothing like that. So I don't know. Is it technically a Rolex if you use the parts and whatever? Does it have to be like crafted by a certain guy or place for it to count? I don't know how watches work in that regard.
A gift to you. WrestleMania 24 in 2008, the famous Ric Flair retired after losing his match to Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels in turn gave him a retirement gift, which is a
shout out comicbook.com.
Rolex president with a custom
dial. Whoever posted this shit.
With a
Ric
24
Flair.
On the dial. Unfortunately, Rick in time had misplaced that watch. When I learned about the story, I decided I'm going to remake that exact watch and gift it to him here at the Nationals. Mr. Flair, can I ask you to sign something a little different? One of my favorite videos you ever done was about a Rolex. Could you sign this box? One more thing, if you don't mind. If you could open it. I'll take that. Go ahead, open it. This is a gift to you. I know Olin felt it was right for you to have that watch back.
That's got to mean a lot to Flair, you know what I'm saying?
I hope you wear it in good health and don't lose it again.
I won't.
Now I'm going to start crying. I can't. I hope you wear it in good health for many, many more years to come.
I will. God.
It's good to see Rick in moments like this instead of like planking on a bar floor at 2 p.m, you know? So we move along here, and speaking of legends and old timers, Wildfire, Tommy Rich is now on TikTok. The Sons and the Guns and the Buns and the Huns are out right now, folks.
Give a big shout out to everybody. We're down here at the Myrtle Beach, enjoying the fun, watching the planes go over. Wishing everybody a very, very happy July the 4th, man. 250 years of freedom. And, hey, my number one fan, Harmony Lynn, check her out on TikTok. I'm on there, too. But anyway, y'all check us out. Because we down here having, plus she's my granddaughter, too. Yeah. She's my granddaughter. I forgot that. What a beautiful young lady, though. Hey, I'm so blessed, man. I hope everybody has a blessed day. Yeah, give a big shout.
Yeah, it looks like a good day. Just chilling out by the pool, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. So again, speaking of legendary old-time wrestlers, unfortunately, in sad news, Dory Funk Jr., R.I.P. 1941 to 2026, dude. What a life. Dory Funk Jr. has passed away. We will ring the bell of salute here for Dory Funk Jr., and it's just enough said. And wrestlers all the way up to like recent ones who are wrestling on Raw every week had interacted with him in FCW or whatever, and were lucky enough to meet him or have him impart his knowledge and the funks, man. Terry's up there, and it's sad, man. It is sad. But he grew old, dude. He lived a hell of a life. Shout out Dory Funk Jr. and the Funk family, from the Double Cross Ranch to the WWE Hall of Fame. Triple H said, Dory's style inspired countless. I'm going to show some respect, some decorum here, and not do it in this voice. Play the game. So whether it was at WrestleMania 2, WCW, ECW, or the dozens of NWA-affiliated promotions, his travels across North America and Asia were a part of the early blueprint that helped build this business into a global phenomena. A hard-nosed, which Triple H knows about, and fierce competitor, his rugged in-ring style was only eclipsed by the decades he spent training athletes to perform in the squared circle he loved so much. My thoughts and those of the entire WWE universe are with his loved ones during this difficult time. Also, they played a beautiful package for him on NXT. I'm sure it will air on SmackDown as well. I don't believe it aired on Raw because he passed, I want to say, the day after, if I'm not mistaken. So, in other RIP Dory Funk, in other WWE legend news, WWE legend Batista is reportedly in talks to play Kratos in the live-action God of War series. And apparently he's expressed interest in doing it as well. I know that Batista's a WWE for lifer. He absolutely is. If you ask him, if you ask WWE, I don't know if he has one of those image deals. Probably not, because Batista own as much of his own shit as possible. But I wouldn't be shocked if when he's old and gray he signs one. But he will be in every 2K game forever and any WWE whatever thing. Batista's WWE affiliated for the rest of his life, right? And apparently he's expressed interest in doing God of War. Now, they signed on an actor that people were pretty hyped on, I think, just based off his look. And what happened was he got injured on set. Now, you take the movie Highlander, starring Cavill, Batista, Drew McIntyre. I think Russell Crowe's in that one too, right? And then Crowe and McIntyre are off doing a movie together right now and becoming best buds and shit, which is awesome to see. You know, Cavill gets injured. The whole production goes on halt for a year until he's ready to go. This guy, and I forget his name, I feel bad for him that he's losing the opportunity of a lifetime. But what I think, like if he was the absolute perfect guy and they knew, oh, that's money right there is Kratos. Because as we seen with like the movie Obsession, it's not about having like the most famous actors and shit. And especially with IPs like this, right? Like God of War, the fucking money's built in, the fandom's built in automatically. So you don't need to cast like the most famous people ever. Now, if you do cast someone very famous and it works out well for you, that's a bonus, right? But you don't actually need to do that. You can sort of cast whoever, and if they can knock it out of the park, you can do something, make a lot of money, do something good. So when it comes to this character, the actor they had, he looked good. I seen pictures of him on set and shit, but he got injured, and they already filmed and produced a couple episodes. And they were in the middle of producing and creating the series and all of this and like filming it and shit. And they already, I think, got like 2 episodes worth of footage in the can. I'm not exactly sure on that, but something around like that. Okay. He gets injured and they shut down production, and then because they fire him and they find a whole new guy, and it might be Batista. So this is huge for them. Batista's looks skinny and shit, so he may want to bulk up again. I mean, he's always in shape. He could whip Jonah Hill's ass. You know what I'm saying? He's always in shape, especially for his age, but he might need to bulk up. Of course, they could like bodysuit him or CGI it. They could pepper it up a little bit, you know, especially for Batista. And but it's going to waste a lot more money. Not waste, but you're spending a lot more money to just cancel, scrap everything you filmed, and then also hire Batista, who surely will get a higher rate than the previous guy. So what I think happened was they filmed a couple episodes and went, this isn't the guy. Unfortunately, and he got injured. Batista's going to slide in. You know he'll knock it out of the park. And it might bring in a whole new set of eyeballs. So shout out Batista, knocking out movie roles. And I didn't put this in WWE news because he is a legend. He's not wrestling. We know he's retired. And again, ex-WWE old-timers, Edge, tonight, immediately following Dynamite, will be there. Adam Copeland will be at Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling Mayhem, MLP Mayhem, which airs on Tuesday. Evil Uno's there. Who else is there? TJP is there. And what's crazy about TJP is, guys, he works with WWE and shit too. He is the Forbidden Door. He fucked around and will be in like every company. You know, he's worked Ring of Honor, I believe. He may have been on a Collision or Dynamite once. He does MLP. He does AAA. Even though MLP's partnered with AEW and AAA's partnered with WWE, he's all over the fucking place. So shout out TJP. And I don't know if like WWE's going to kibosh that or not. But yeah, you got Johnny TV, Jonathan Gresham. You have Michael Allen, Richard Clark, who shout him the fuck out. I saw Cody Rhodes put this guy over in Buttfuck Nowhere, Canada. Okay? And he's taking on Luigi Primo, that pizza guy, right? But Michael Allen Richard Clark, or Mark, MARC, right? Cody Rhodes put this dude over like years ago, man, when he was on the come up. So this is a good Canadian boy here on the come up. And then again, you have Alice Crowley, who may have been poached from JCW, or is she still in JCW, or was she ever in JCW? Alice Crowley, JCW. I believe she was. I don't keep up on JCW. She previously held the JCW women's title, but she's also in MLP. So good for her. And she'll be taking on Taylor Rising. And then you have First Faction and Subculture with Danny Luna. And Danny Luna left TNA. More on that in a bit. And of course, Subculture were in WWE. And Mandrews and this other guy, I forget his name, but Mark Andrews, or yeah, I think that's what it is, Mark Andrews. So MLP stacked. And there's so many wrestlers that it's good to see feds like MLP, where Scott D'Amore takes shit seriously. Well, maybe not with Luigi Primo there, whatever. And like MLW, where they're taking shit seriously. And there's more places than even just TNA to work as well. And they're getting TV deals and shit. If MLP's getting a TV deal, wait until MLW lands on some shit, which I feel that's what they're trying to do right now. Now, we'll talk about MLW in a second, but lastly, in WWE Legend news here, Too Cold Scorpio pleads guilty to assault case and avoids criminal trial. Oh, my God. This is courtesy of Ringside News. And former WWE, WCW, and ECW star Charles Too Cold Scorpio Skaggs has struck a plea deal in his criminal case. Skaggs originally was charged with first-degree assault and armed criminal action in Kansas, Missouri. The trial was set to begin Monday. The reduced charge and guilty plea brought the process to an immediate end. The case dates back to 24, when Scorpio was working security at a Love's travel stop. Authorities accused him of getting into a physical confrontation with another man, leading to his arrest and the criminal charges that followed. The case spent more than 2 years moving through the court system. Blah, blah, blah. So, again, he was working security, got in a physical situation, went too far, let's say. And that sucks. Hopefully he's all good. We were talking about MLW. But before, quickly, Kylie Ray, she's been everywhere, man. She is returning after having a child, I believe, right? That's where she went. Seems like blink and you miss it, man. Time's just flying because we're having fun here at Club PWT. We were formerly known as the PWT Universe, and we still hold that moniker near and dear, but we are now Club PWT. Okay? But she's here. She announced her return to pro wrestles.
This Thursday, I get to make my return to freelance wrestling after being away for over a year. I'm so excited. Okay, and Save Engage, Cole Radrick, 2 extremely talented wrestlers. Believe me, I know how good they are. And I also know that some are saying that I'm getting old. But here's the thing about getting older. You see, eventually you realize that experience is a skill too. So I'll see you Thursday. Okay.
Holy shit. Okay, Boomer, learn how to edit the fucking front end. No, shout out Kylie Ray, dude. I'm a fan. I just want to read this here. I see friend of the show Zero Dark in chat saying something about this movie. Something about a 2-year shoot. Ryan Hurst, let's see. 4 months. Oh, you were letting me know the name of the guy. Batista bulked. Is he bulking up? Okay. For Highlander. Okay. And it's a 2-year shoot in Vancouver. Hey, buddy, don't go fucking hating on Vancouver there, bud. And he bulked up for that. So he's already in shape then. That's good. That's good. Because God of War, like, I know he got skinny and everyone was worried about him, but I'm like, dude, he's not that, like, he's in shape. He can, he knows what he's doing. And he's got tons of money, and all the medical science will get him to where he needs to fucking be. Who the fuck wants to be in Vancouver? Not me, man. I moved. So speaking of moving, let's move along here. Let's talk about MLW for a moment, because we were just talking about them. And there's an important update due to the 2300 Arena's breach of its agreement with Major League Wrestling. And they made the difficult decision to relocate its October event from the revenue. Ticket holders should contact the 2300 Arena box office immediately to request a full refund. And so that's quite interesting. The 2300 Arena been the focal point of many controversy over the last years, seemingly. Maybe not many, but a few. But according to Fightful, now this could be a complete and utter lie. Who fucking knows when it comes to them? But there's legal action possibly that might happen. MLW is exploring legal action after issues involving payouts from Philadelphia's 2300 Arena. So we'll see what happens there. MLW, they've been winning some fucking lawsuits. Some big ones, at least one big one, right? So speaking of the big one, New Japan Pro Wrestling announced a new title being introduced to their Tamishi brand. And it is called the NJPW Tamashi, yeah. Open weight championship. The road to the championship begins, and it's a nice looking belt, but I don't know why they need this. The road to the championship begins August 29th in Otahuhu, Auckland. And the inaugural champion is set to be crowned on October 4th. So I want to know what's the difference between this shit, PW Strong and NJPW. Standard differences. So I want to know what the difference is between New Japan Tamashi and Strong. And so the main differences between New Japan Wrestling standard product, New Japan Strong, and New Japan Tamashi lie in their geographic focus, roster composition, and event formats. I actually like this then. This is awesome. So New Japan, the main brand, is obviously based out of Japan. Strong is based out of the States. And Tamashi is based out of the oceanic New Zealand, Australia, islands, continentals, whatever the fuck you want to call them. So the top title, of course, in Japan is the IWGP Heavyweight. The Strong Openweight is the top title in the U.S., and the Tamashi Openweight will be the top title in the oceanic region. And they have a New Zealand dojo. So that's actually cool. I like that. It's a global effort. Now, only if they got their shit together and worked with the Worldwide Wrestling Federation Entertainment for all of our fucking entertainment. Jesus Christ. So speaking for the entertainment of the masses, dude, nobody knows more about that than the Juggalos, worldwide renowned Insane Clown Posse. Here's Shaggy 2 Dope on his podcast, The Shaggy Show. Shout them out. And he starts marking out about what we were talking about. Kicked your leg from your leg, Brett. Like, I want to say on Memba Monday or one of these shows I did recently, I was talking about how ICP have been in like every Fed they've wrestled. I wondered if Tone would book them in a tag match while they were in Detroit, claiming Detroit and y'all live 20 miles away. But he didn't do that for whatever reason, which is kind of odd. But it is cool that ICP have been in like every major pro wrestling Fed. Let's take a listen to Shaggy 2 Dope marking out over. I mean, he did like a social media ALS ice bucket challenge video, but he was still there. You know, he says it was on TV, but was ICP actually on TV for AEW? I want to say they weren't, unless I missed something. I don't know.
I was actually at AEW on Thursday, right? Uh-huh. It was from some.
It's like them and Jay and Silent Bob who are trying. No.
Wrestling site or something.
It was like Insane Clown Posse is now the only team that has been in WCW, ECW, WWF, TNA, Ring of Honor, and now AEW. Yeah. The only team in history to ever do that.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, that's cool. You know, I'm reading this. Like we're sitting like in catering, whatever, backstage. Then I looked at a certain word and then some shit hit me differently. It didn't say fucking musicians or rappers. It said team.
Yeah.
The only team in history out of all the motherfucking wrestlers. There it is. Look, all that shit. Out of all the fucking wrestlers,
even out of all the full-time wrestlers.
None of them.
Right.
Have been in all of them. And somehow fucking out AEW. Yeah, look at the only team. That's when it fucking hit me, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, all right, now I can finally see maybe like the celebrity wing of WWE Hall of Fame. It's like, come on, we just fucking.
I mean, they could do that. It's just the mass appeal of the juggalos and juggalettes. You know, I don't know if WWE views it the way, like, you have to give them props for what they built, dude, independently. It's crazy how many artists they put on, how many events they've done that drew, like, when the main, famously, these guys have like a beef with Sharon Osbourne as well, because she was, you know, she's discovered and built bands and stuff, and she was putting them on ICP shows, for instance, and then they got in this massive beef. But it's just the fact that, like, that's a band that Sharon would want to push mainstream, and like they're being attached to these like indie clown guy fucking shows. Think about what they built. They themselves made wrestling video games and have been in all these feds and are respected in the music industry and all of this. A lot of people try and clown the clowns. I don't know. I'm down. This is the town where the clowns hold it down, mama.
We're the only ones in history.
Yeah.
Right.
Not just
Gathering of the Juggalos. Like, it's massive. It's like a cultural thing, but it was like an indie thing. And you got to respect that. But is it like big enough to be in the WWE Hall of Fame? Maybe like 20 years ago or something.
it's rappers, musicians,
Yeah.
fucking wrestlers.
Everybody.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And then, bro, Vince Russo, I invented the Juggalos, bro. I refuse to paint my face. Let me tell you, he'd weasel his way in. And, bro, I hand to God, bro, they inducted the insane clown posse because of me and the work I've done in Juggalo Championship Wrestling, bro.
That's what's
And
up.
you guys made 2 wrestling video games with your bare hands.
Yeah, I made them.
Yeah.
With,
Yeah.
with your soldering iron
Yeah.
and your monocle.
And
Yeah.
I don't know how we skirted through all the other ones. I never signed one paper, never signed my name on one line to do anything with wrestling.
Right.
Only records,
Right.
only recording.
Yeah.
Yet I was in all of them
Yeah.
Huh.
on TV.
Right.
That's crazy, man. I was.
Yeah, good for him. So MJF just returned, guys. And he has the knockoff, like the Burberry belt or whatever, that he lost fair and square. So I don't know why he'd be carrying it around. I didn't really lose it, bud. And he's in Violent Night 2, which we'll talk about in a bit. He got a good little pop. He looks to be all tanned up in pretty good shape. And he used the Dynamite diamond ring, but he's got the fake belt, and it looks like it's going to be him versus Andrade at All In, which, like, come on, man. I mean, that's good. That's good. Like, Andrade's got heat. He's got motion. He's over. But it just feels kind of crazy. They could have did Andrade Omega at Redemption. I just think MJF would have been the move to continue the momentum into All In. And then he's carrying around a fake title. And then he's just calling the country a piece of shit and everything. It's just cringe. Tony Khan resting on his laurels. MJF doing what he fucking does. More of the same. And so he was resting up, and and he looks in good shape. You know, Ospreay should have done this when he was hurt. He's got fake tanner on, though, it looks like. Unless that's blood on his... Yeah, I think that's blood on his tank. Never mind. People were talking about, like, Austin Gunn on Collision last... I want to say last week or whatever the fuck. And they just said he looked fucking ridiculous with his fake tanner. I'm just listening to MJF cook right here. So he's calling Kenny a paper champ. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense because he beat you. So if it was like a very controversial finish, then maybe you'd have something, but it's kind of just fucking dumb because I don't know, man. You could do more with MJF. Like, clearly he's got something. He's popping up in movies. Maybe he'll end up hanging with Russell Crowe one day, like the big boys. Guys, hit like while you're chilling. Hit heart, hit retweet, do all that good shit. Support the show. I appreciate you guys. Check out my Patreon. So MJF's going to win the Casino Gauntlet. So the Casino Gauntlet gets you a shot at Andrade's belt now? What the fuck are they doing in this company, chat?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
This is great.
Let's continue here. Let's do some news. This is the same old, same shit from MJF. So speaking of the same old, same shit from MJF, a lot of people say that MJF just flat out stole his gimmick from EC3. Right? Ethan Carter III, and EC3 did this shit better. I was watching an old clip of Jimmy Norton on the Opie and Anthony show, and he was like, he did this segment where he was like up, and Sam Roberts was there too, who works in the WWE, and he was like up late in a hotel, and he caught Impact Wrestling, like back in that era of EC3 on Impact, you know? And it totally 100% just minus the swear words. EC3 was 100% MJF. Like, it was the same fucking thing. But EC3 was featured in TNA recently. Then he just kind of disappeared, and they said, well, he's injured, and not injured, but he's banged up and taking some time off from his no DQ match, whatever. But we haven't seen him in TNA since. All of a sudden, he shows up at an ASW show on the Indies looking like this.
And his opponent, making his way to the ring from Cleveland, Ohio, standing 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 231 pounds.
So now, either I see this, look at the way he's walking. To me, it looks like he's got bad hips or something. Okay? Now you see, again, I'm not trying to break the dude down, but he's
making his way to the ring.
You see a bit of the bloatiness, like he's taking shit, you know, he's supplementing, you know, he's doing what he's got to do, but there's something going on. And when you have a lower back injury and your hips are fucking aching like that, you walk funny and it's hard to get the belly fucking tight, nice and tight. You know what I mean? It's hard, dude. And a video of John Cena went viral where people were like, why does he walk like a 90-year-old man? And it's like, I'm surprised more wrestlers don't. But EC3's walking around like he's banged up, or he's, and again, I'm not making accusations. This is all just my opinion, allegedly in my opinion, that he could be pilled up or something. I don't fucking know. We have an update on this, but I'll quit pausing it. Just watch this through here. Watch how he's walking.
Making his way to the ring from Cleveland, Ohio, standing 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 231 pounds. He is the top 1%. EC3.
Like 100% limping. 100% just going through the motions, right? Like, he ain't feeling it. His heart is not in whatever the fuck he's doing right now. That's for damn sure. Now,
his opponent making his way.
Fans got concerned because it's like, is this why he all of a sudden disappeared from TNA? Is there something going on we don't know about? Let's find out, because EC3, the top 1%er, posted this. He says, for actual context, the clip making the rounds is from my second match of the day. So hips hurting, legs hurting. After a 4 a.m. wake up, international travel, layover, airport cardio, multiple flights, full day training upon landing, and an entrance where I'm intentionally selling an already tender leg. Okay, so there you go. So if we're to believe all of that, thank God it's just that. Selling. Professional wrestling is built on communicating consequence. If one is beat up, tired, or protecting a body part, the intent is to show it. So if he's just selling his ass off, that's amazing. Good for him. But I don't know, dude. It just looked like he's kind of going through the motions of his pose and all this shit. When he's doing the flexi thing and the posing, it looks like he just ain't really in it. But who am I to say? Maybe he's selling everything, right? The whole body. Who knows? So Rockstar Spud chimed in. And he says, I spoke to Michael, EC3, this morning. Long travel day, multiple flights, heavy training upon landing, messed up leg, and I quote, add in disrupted sleep, meal timing, hydration, and hours of travel, and my digestive system was completely off schedule. My GI tract could not produce my usual shit myself lean beforehand. The video circulating is taken from match 2 of a one-night story, where he is selling the effects of a leg from earlier, which is already really hurt by working as mentioned he through injury. I swear I'm not babbling this shit. It's what he said, okay? Please consider the real human being behind which you post, but I appreciate everyone's concern as I myself was concerned enough to ask. I love my friend. I believe he is good. So there's Rockstar Spud jumping in, right? Now, why is there a list of 700 things that were going wrong if he's like, I was just selling my leg? My impression of EC3 is just MJF. I was selling my leg, bud. You ever heard of selling, bud? So there you go. Apparently he's all good and it was a false alarm, but yeah. Why isn't he back in TNA then? What isn't working out there? Did they just sign him on for a one-off? I'd love an explanation because it seemed like they put a lot on that. Hey, he's back at Rebellion, and just for him to not be there, I don't really understand. So, shout out EC3. Hopefully he's good. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Indies Global News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Divine Dominion making their way out, making their way downtown, walk in fast. And then Monet's with them. She's co-opted the Divine Dominion. It's cringe carrying around that tournament title. Guys, speaking of TNA, someone who almost went to TNA, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Okay, guys, so let's get into some TNA. TNA, we don't have a lot, so let's do some TNA news. So, again, I covered this already, but fans threatened legal action against TNA over LeBron James' no-show. And some fuckboy lawyer is there going, yeah, man, we're going to take care of this and we're going to sue and all the fans should be issued a refund and all this shit. And it just seems like a LeBron James fan who pulled up to see LeBron, but they invited him to be there. And I guess there was a bit of a mix-up. So TNA was originally going to put Jeff Hardy versus Nick Nemeth for the world title on TV in the main event. When they got word LeBron James wasn't going to be in attendance, plans changed. Then Nick Nemeth came out and was like, well, the advertising looked silly. Like, we invited him to be the title holder at Philly, but we weren't actually ever planned to fight in Philly. Blah, blah, blah. My takeaway is LeBron's a bitch for signing with the Sixers, dude. No, I'm joking. He's a vet. I give him a pass now, but his whole fucking career, it's Jordan all day. It's Jordan all day. There's no debate for me. And shout out LeBron, but, you know, he's joining the Sixers. He's jumped around more teams than fucking NBA All-Star fucking hoes who fly in, NBA All-Star weekend fly-ins. You know what I mean? He's been on more teams than fucking a fly-in on All-Star weekend is what I'm trying to say, okay? And, yeah, he wasn't going to be there. Why the fuck would he be there? I don't know. Some big-name celebrities have shown up to TNA and whatnot, but it was just confusing, and now there's legal action being levied towards them, I guess. I don't think they have a shot in hell. No chance. And speaking of shots, man, Jody Threat, according to PWI, finished her run with TNA at the Philadelphia tapings last week. It was said Jody requested a release from her contract, and the company granted that. It was described as an amicable departure. Unfortunate. Spitfire's now gone from TNA. Again, is Tone gonna scoop her up? What does she do? Where does she go? Does NXT have interest in her? I don't really know. But she's betting on herself. I bet Tone will try and swoop in. He likes trying to take shots at TNA and whatnot. And she requested her release, which is seemingly happening a lot more frequently in TNA as of late. And TNA confirmed that Mara Sade has departed the company, and there are rumors that she is expected to sign with AEW. Now, again, Mara Sade has wrestled in NXT for TNA, on some indies for a little bit after she left NXT there. And AEW, she's going to get paid in the shade to just hang out. Now, she'll be in Ring of Honor in no time, and they'll put her in Top Flight or some shit like that. Okay, hopefully Monet takes her under her wing or something like that, and they can get something going. That would be a cool little tag partner. Maybe there's a faction that gets built there, but knowing Tone, she'll just end up in like Shane Taylor Promotions or something in Ring of Honor and forgotten about, unfortunately. So speaking of the TNA knockouts, Gabby Forza, who again, I was putting her over. She, I think, is the wife of Bear Bronson. She's been on the indies. She's got a name for herself on the indies, okay, for doing, like, not only hardcore shit, but wrestling some solid matches. Now, she was on TNA doing that gnome gimmick, and I fucking roasted the shit out of it. So hopefully Gabby Forza just does her thing and is like a badass ass-kicking chick. I don't really know what to say. She can cut a good promo. They're bringing her in. Obviously, she's cheaper than Amara Sade probably at this point in her career. And so they're bringing in some knockouts. You know, a Jody Threat leaves. What else? Danny Luna's doing, like, Maple Leaf Pro shit. So these knockouts are all over the place. But TNA is teasing in another former World Knockouts champion here. So TNA Wrestling confirmed today that Jody Threat and Mara Sade have left the company. We wish them the best in their future endeavors. In addition, TNA Wrestling confirmed a former title holder is returning to the Knockouts division. So, who could it be? Who could it be? This animal that I can see. Who could it be? I am thinking that, and by the way, I want to say, like, TNA letting Mara Sade go, like, that's a fuck up. You got to be able to dole some money out, man. Like, you got to be able to retain some of these people. It's just a company, and maybe they're just not worried about it because they're seeing the ratings going up, and they're looking at quarter hours, and they know that who's doing it, and they're confident in what they're doing. I don't fucking know, but man, she could be like a star in that company for them. You could build her up so she's got momentum like a Santana, where she's just the most sought after, but Tone will give her more money than NXT or TNA will give her to be in Ring of Honor for less dates. And she can go work indies and shit if she wants. Like, why not do that? I don't blame her for wanting to do that. But they're bringing in another former title holder in the Knockouts division. So a lot of people are going, oh, a former Knockouts champ. That's not the case. Title holder. So it's either a former, well, their women's TV champion is a brand new thing. So it's either a former Knockouts tag champ, and I think that's why they phrased it as title holder, because it's someone who possibly wasn't a world champ, but was a tag champ, a Knockouts tag champ before. I don't know who that could be. Some people are speculating Masha Slamovich, though. Possibly a Killer Kelly, if she's not signed to AEW. Which Killer Kelly can go, man. I don't know why Tone hasn't jumped all over that. She would actually be cool teaming with a Tekla and like a Sky Blue if they were to expand that faction and shit, like Julia Hart and Killer Kelly. I think she'd fit in with them too. I don't know why he hasn't been all over that. She may have been on Ring of Honor recently, but she can like really go. Killer Kelly and Masha Slamovich can both go. I don't know why no one's scooping them up. I don't fucking get it, but it could be Masha, but I just don't think it will be. And I don't think Masha should be all canceled and shit like she was in a toxic relationship. Maybe it's her choice to just stay low pro. But like her and Akira were beating the shit out of each other, allegedly, in my opinion. And all of a sudden they're like, she's just persona non grata in the wrestling world. How does that make any sense? Someone scoop her up. She was on NXT TV and shit. Now they're not signing her up. It fucking sucks. But we move along here. And we talked about 30-second takedown rather. And I talked about this on SummerSlam Saturday or Sunday with Lincoln Hawk. Shout out my TNA holes out there. And I was curious, like, what the fuck is this? And it's an amateur wrestling company where 30 amateur wrestlers form like a pit, and then they wrestle each other. Once you get pinned, another guy comes in, and it's like an Iron Man gauntlet type challenge, like whoever fucking outlasts and is the last man standing wins or whatever. And so 30-second takedown is airing on TNA Plus. So they have some sort of deal. Now, I love this because amateur wrestling's blowing up right now. Shout out fucking RAF. Shout out Eric Bischoff. Shout out like Armin Sarukian and Colby Covington and fucking Ben Askren and Hulk Hogan, brother. 100%. Shout out everybody involved in that because it's brought excitement back to MMA as well as pro wrestling in some ways. Like, I love the discussion of, hey, let's see a Jake Hager. Let's see Chad Gable over there. It probably won't happen. But let's see Gable Steveson, who's in the UFC right now. Let's see him wrestle over there. He wants to go back to the fucking, not the juniors, but like the college, the NCAA tier or whatever, and bully younger guy. Let's see it. Let's see jiu-jitsu guys. How would Gordon Ryan do in one of these fucking... Dylan Dennis is doing, You know, he wants to talk shit. How's he do in fucking RAF? I love it. And they have real serious talent they're developing, and they're taking like big names. You know, we'll get Chael Sonnen might wrestle someone or whatever. So I love that, and I love whatever the fuck's going on with this, and I love that TNA, like, they might strike gold. There could be a fucking talent on here who can really shoot wrestle and has a personality. Like the personnel, as Andrew Dice Clay would say. And they might find somebody for their fucking television who can really go and has the mentality of like a Chad Gable or a Kurt Angle or whatever. Let's take a look. This is what 30-second takedown is all about. Shout out TNA and Anthem and everybody. Don't fucking felt me for playing this.
You have 30 seconds. Go. Oh! Oh! This is going to be unbelievable.
And the one thing I'm curious is their weight classes, or I'm sure there's like a low limit and a high limit, but it's more open weight. And who knows, maybe they all weigh the same. But the open weight prospect of it, I think, rules as well, if that's a thing. Or you could just do a 30-man open weight for whoever wants to sign up, and then you could do weight divisions or weight limits or whatever you want to do. I love that shit. And it's they're teaming up with TNA as far as being featured on TNA Plus. And I think that's so smart for TNA to jump on that. I'm surprised WWE. Well, TKO, yeah, I don't think they're bought into RAF, but they are bought into Real American Beer. But they're not bought into Real American Freestyle yet, and maybe they do. I would adopt it. There's ton of fucking hype on RAF. Tons of hype on it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA. How many of you guys watch Dark Side of the Ring? So the Ray trailer one, the Big Boss Man one was good. This week was about, what was his name? What did he call himself? Rio? Or something like that. But the Renegade, the knockoff Ultimate Warrior. And I didn't know his story ended so tragically. And I didn't know it ended where, you know, he was drugged out with a stripper and like someone pulled the trigger. Now, this is allegedly my opinion. I'm not even a real person. I'm a cartoon character, right? And like, it seems as though the family accepts that it was a suicide situation, right? But, or no, I didn't mean to click liar. I meant to click Law and Order. Hold on, rewind. Let's know. It seems like everybody accepts that's what happened, right? But also, like, only that lady he was dating knew what happened. And in her police report, she's like, I pulled out a gun and all of this stuff. And it was like, damn, that's crazy. Like, we really don't know. But I didn't realize that, first off, he had even passed away. And I didn't realize that's how he went. And I didn't realize he like struggled with addiction and all of that shit after leaving WCW and just sort of being pissed on. And they were showing his old work and they're like, he was the shits. He didn't know much. And I'm looking at him like, dude, he works better than like a bunch of people you see on some of these shows like AEW, man. He works way better than some of the people in AEW. That guy in NXT would be like a top prospect. You know, but you kind of forget, like, how bad some of the shit was when, like, Jimmy Hart dumped the water on him and was like, you're nothing but fucking, they just buried him. You're nothing but Rick or whatever, just burying the guy. It's like, damn, you guys are ruthless. And, you know, Arn Anderson, I don't think he was... He called him a dick dancer. That's Daniel Garcia's fucking name, the Dick Wiggler. the dick dancer. He was dick dancing. Arn Anderson, I don't think was fair to the guy. Like, you're watching the match with Arn, the highlights of it, and you're sitting there going, this isn't even that bad of a match. And Arn's just like, he was the shits and everything. But then as everyone pointed out, they're like, well, the Ultimate Warrior blew up in everyone's face. And that fucking Mark John Pollock was on there. And they're like, and he's like, the Ultimate Warrior shit blew up in their face, which it did, though, because he cost more. He wasted their time. He ended up having to leave the company. He had a fucking ego nobody wanted to deal with. And his work was probably worse than the Renegades. And I don't see how they didn't see the Renegade guy and go, hey, we can repackage this, like even the name, the Renegade Rick whatever, and we can make him more realistic like the rest of the NWO and shit. And you don't even need to put him in the NWO, but they could have did so many things with a guy with a look like that. Like tell him to shave his head and fucking call himself the Renegade, and to start acting differently and more serious and more, stick a hot babe with him. There were so many things you could do with that guy, and shout out the dude who admitted he shit himself and pissed himself after taking these shots with the Renegade all night. It was a good episode. It was way better than I thought it was going to be. And again, this season of Dark Side of the Ring, every season's just so good. Now, did they knock out all of like the best main stories? Yes, they did them all already. There's a few they avoid doing for whatever fucking reason. There's a few they avoid doing. We already know Tone like bought his way onto this fucking season. I don't know how else. He must have sponsored the show. He let them go backstage. They fucking put over AEW in the first like 4 episodes of the shit. Tone was on one of the episodes for like 10 seconds. Notice they could only use 10 seconds of the footage because he's a fucking weirdo. Guys, watch 10 minutes of Tony Khan on my YouTube channel. And like what they chose, all I did was put all the stuff they chose to show in the reality show. I just did a compilation of it, of clips of Tony Khan. Just every time he appeared in the show. And people get mad at me for that video. And it's like, what? From the show AEW All Access, their reality show. And people got mad at me for it when I originally posted a few years ago. And it's like, why get mad at me? Like, I'm just posting. This is just a compilation of every time Tone is brought up or is on camera in this reality show. Like, this is what they chose to air. And you guys are mad at me for some reason because he's such a weirdo. Imagine what they didn't air. So they aired like 2 seconds of Tone in the downfall of TNA or whatever. But they need to do an episode on the many blunders, like the Punk versus Young Bucks situation in AEW. Why the fuck not? Have they done Cornette versus Russo? That could be a 2-parter. They should do Cornette versus Russo. They should do. Have they done the plane ride from hell? I think they did. Yeah, they did that. Have they done? They need to do one on. Let's think here. Cornette versus Santino Marella. No, just joking. Maybe do one on Vince McMahon. Who knows? But this last one was really good. So we got Mike Bailey versus Fletcher going on. And again, the crowd is just nowhere near as hot as AAA crowds are typically as of late, for certainly as of late. Unfortunately for them. And yeah, Bailey's out there wearing like ninja pants. Going full fucking Kumite style pants. Came out in a mask and shit. And it looks like Fletcher's just going through the motions right now, just kind of lazily throwing shit, just telegraphing the hand in the air so greatly, just being so obvious with it, So speaking of AEW, we might as well get into AEW news. But first, Chris Jericho. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nissan, because it is time for AEW news. And we're going to start with the best guys, Tony Khan. So, Tony Khan recently had this to say, that his father originally didn't believe in AEW. And this is something everybody already knew from past interviews and stuff, but it's so funny how the dirt sheets picked this up and now some of them are finally saying it. And again, Tone is saying it out loud, like a bunch of sickos live in denial of this. And the problem is that even Tone admits this is the fucking case, and he didn't believe in it. I don't know what there is really to believe in still. Like, what is there really to believe in? It's just a fucking company being subsidized by the fact that Tony Khan is his son and the best guy. Right? That's essentially all it is. So, Tony Khan had this to say. And he told the Whip Show podcast, I never have wanted to be a wrestler. So I never said the first part. I've never said that I want to be a wrestler. And here's the thing with Tone, right? Triple H went out there and did it. Vince McMahon famously would never ask somebody to do something that he wouldn't do himself. Now, obviously, I don't think Vince would jump off the cell, although he did fly off the side of the goddamn cage, pal. Yeah, I'm going to fly off the cage. Yeah, you're going to catch me. Or you're right? Well, he did it. Goddamn it, I got to do it now, pal. So, Vince did jump off the side of the cage through the announce table. And I guarantee you Vince didn't ask Mick Foley to go out there and do that. And I guarantee you Tone doesn't ask any of these people to go out there and do the shit that they do in AEW. But I know for fucking sure Tone sure as shit wouldn't do it himself. Okay? I know that for sure. And we've seen Vince McMahon in hardcore matches. And again, we don't need to qualify Triple H. It's Triple fucking H. We don't need to qualify The Undertaker. We don't need to qualify Shawn Michaels. Look at how these guys walk and shit nowadays. All right? We don't need to qualify any of what they've sacrificed in the ring. But Tone, nothing, nada. But he expects these guys to work the superior physical style that blah, 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 and then I'll give you $1 million, and Dave will dog whistle everyone and say, you'll get paid 10 times more if you go and have bangers by. So Tone says, I never wanted to be a wrestler, but I do love wrestling. And I've wanted to promote wrestling and be a matchmaker and work on promoting shows and building franchises. We've been able to do that with AEW, and I'm very proud of that. So now maybe All In is a franchise that he helped build. I'll give him that. It was with the help of a bunch of people, though. AEW, I guess, is a franchise. Okay? I don't think AEW will ever, like, disappear. I'm talking even if it's becomes like what TNA on Pop was or TNA on Destination America was, right? And there's like 50 people in the room and there, even if it becomes like a gym PWG style promotion one day in 50 years, I think it will exist. I think Tone will keep it around. I think AEW's here to stay. The wrestlers who've worked there and what, but who knows? WCW went away unless the only way it goes away is unless like TKO and WWE absorb it. Now we already know Tone would give up on AEW. He put a bid in to buy WWE. If he bought WWE, again, I've said this a million times, in 23, after all the Vince allegations, blah, 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 he put in a bid. What do you think Tone's energy would go to? AEW Dynamite. Dude, he'd be at Raw booking Raw right now. He'd be booking SmackDown. He'd be booking NXT. He'd be going to every fucking show trying to book it all. Not listening to Undertaker and all this shit. It would tank the fucking company. Well, no, I'll just use my bucks to keep it afloat. No, it's bigger than you, bud. It's just bigger than you. And maybe he would be in a position where TKO board members would like bully him out of he's not able to be involved in that way, but he put a bid to buy the shit. So I don't know, man. He'd be running it. But where would his priority lie? Now, AEW, I think he'd still keep a thing. But he would try and set up like WWE versus AEW. Fucking Kenny Omega would be on Raw right now, okay? And he just wants to matchmake and promote shows. Now, that's what he should just focus on. I don't get why. Like, listen, none of this shit is like the creative process that goes into it, which is fundamental in today's day and age. Now, maybe back in the day, you were just the territory that booked the best matches that everybody wanted to see. Maybe that's the case. Maybe. But in today's landscape and the game Tone's trying to play of pay-per-view and weekly television, network television and shit, you need to be more creative than that. Okay? So Tone says he loves wrestling. He wanted to promote and be a matchmaker and work on promoting shows and building franchises. None of that is like, and again, people go, the real pro wrestling. They want to talk about art and flavor. And the things of like, oh, is McDonald's Wagyu beef? They want to compare it to, oh, is Taylor Swift the best singer, though? Is she really the best artist? Is it really the best art, or is AEW the best art? They want to make it the discussion about that. None of what Tone is talking about is any of that. Do you think Tone wouldn't be working with the Saudis had he bought WWE? Sickos, I want an answer. Hate watchers right now in the chat, I want a fucking answer. I'm talking to you. Do you think he wouldn't have? Do you think if Saudi pulled up and Turkey Al-Sheikh wanted to put an all in there, do you think he wouldn't go if they paid him a bunch of fucking money and they actually had motion like that? No, he has to pay Wembley. Okay? London will pay WWE to go there. Logistically, it doesn't make sense, but they'll give them tax grants and all of this stuff, and that's why WWE doesn't do it. But now with WrestleMania going to Saudi, it might if London forks up enough cash. Tone has to rent the buildings. That's all you got to remember. Less than $200K for their top shit, Omega Ospreay. Less than 200K views on their YouTube videos combined. Millions for just one for WWE. So again, I'm not trying to do fucking WWE propaganda and shit. I know people get triggered, but it's just reality. And Tone would be over there booking SmackDown right now. And you guys would be like, well, look, Tony Khan's up 60% in the viewership, even though it would probably plummet. Carmelo Hayes would be world champion by now, I'll tell you that much, but he'd be fighting Mike Bailey. So let's continue here. Tone says, my father has said on the record that he did not believe in the idea, and he was not supportive of the idea originally. but he's since become a huge believer in AEW. And he's the reason I was able to launch this promotion and get it off the ground with support. So I think it's incredible. Yeah, it's good that Shad Khan's a believer in it. And, yeah, if they made $2, Tone would be going, we made money this year, da-da-da. But he's only said that they hopefully make money, and it's okay. Businesses operate in the red all the time. But Dave Meltzer and these buffoons have made them look kind of stupid. And when you look at palatable numbers, every measurable metric other than the invisible shit that nobody can prove and nobody claims, like max numbers or pay-per-view buys, they're up in that regard. So, Shad Khan, I guess, is just so excited because of how many pay-per-views they're selling and shit. I don't know what to say, right? I don't know. He was on the show. We know that he believes in it like Joe Hendry now. But again, it's like the little train that could. And I get that WCW was an established brand, but when Eric Bischoff took that shit over, within 6 years, in less than 6 years, he had WWE tap dancing, dude. He had WWE backed into a corner. So it's been 7 years, and NXT still beating the ratings, and Tone hasn't changed his ways, and he wants to book matches and shit. Okay, then, buddy, hire creative people to figure this out a little bit. Learn from actual bookers. Don't just read Dave Meltzer and then think you know because you booked E-Feds, and then Dave Meltzer claims he knows and learned from all of the bookers ever in history. So you're listening to him. And Meltzer secretly took the job that was offered to Jim Cornette. And Dave gets a pass by not even having to admit any of this shit because he signed an NDA as well. Which we'll see how those hold up in the long run. In the long run. Da-na-na. But Tony Khan continues on Roar Around the Ring. And he says AEW has to be really careful with the talent they sign. So again, I pointed this out. Tone's pinching pennies. Tone's pinching pennies right now. Why isn't Sheamus? Well, he might debut at All In. Maybe. Where's Zero Dark at? Is Sheamus going to be at All In, bud? You give us a little taste? You got a little spoiler alert? No. All I'm saying is this, right? Tone is selective on who he signs, and Dave Meltzer goes out there. Well, he's claiming that, and why would that be the case? I thought they're making money hand over fist. And then Dave goes out there publicly and goes, yeah, no, they'll give Kendall Gray 10 times, but fuck Sheamus, is basically what he does. Now, why would he do that? I wonder what his motivation would be to do that.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
I wonder. But also, this is also Tone pretty much putting out there into the universe, like, yeah, some of the people you expect to see from who are ex-WWE, they are not going to show up. Now, I actually applaud Tone for this. But, again, now the perception is, let's say you just, like, casually follow this shit and you don't listen to people like myself breaking down and dismantling Meltzer and shit like this. And you just see like what Meltzer and Fightful and fucking AEW and all of these people put out there. Just surface level knowledge, but you're a big wrestling fan, let's say. Dave and these people have been saying that Tone is making money hand over fist. $3.6 million. Now that the money per week, Dave said. Now that the money's rolling in, it's just big time bling bling, Brian. But Tone's letting it be known, like, no, dude, we might bring in the New Day. We brought in Motor City. We all knew that was going to happen. And they have a lot of friends backstage and in the EVP world there, where, of course, they're going to get signed up. They almost did the last time. So I'm sure they had to make good with Tone. New Day might come in. But what if they don't? I've heard rumors WWE's down to bring New Day in if they take the less money. I don't know if New Day's down with it based on the cartoon and everything. But Sheamus, I don't know. If I'm Tone, I bring him in at least a one-off. I think that's a no-brainer. You bring him in for a one-off in the UK, all in, or like a month off, whatever the fuck, you know? He wins the title, he carries it for a month, he fucking drops it to somebody. I think that'd be cool in the UK for Sheamus more than anything. I want that for Sheamus. I want him to get the bag, and I want him to fucking just be in the UK, have a moment, whatever. He'll go back when they induct him in the Hall of Fame to WWE or whatever the fuck, you know? He's had an illustrious career. Shout out fucking Sheamus. But Tone puts this out there and says, there's a lot of competition in AEW right now. So we have to be very considerate about who we sign and about who comes in to compete. Because right now, there's already so many great wrestlers competing for these spots on TV and pay-per-views. So he is, I think, more interested in booking some of the guys he's been building up, which he should have been doing the whole fucking time. Because now he's created a culture of even the Sickodom where they go, New Day versus the MCMG versus this team and this team and this team and this team and this team. And it's just a bunch of matches you never get. And I would say right now, like we have Okada facing off with Fletcher here. And of course, there's turmoil in the Callis family, whatever. Yes, they're building up Fletcher. They're betting on him. Week in and week out, you see him on the TV. It might be doing the same shit over and over and over again, like a fucking Nelly song, over and over again. It might be repetitive bullshit, but Tone is going with some of these young guys, like obviously Mike Bailey, he sees a lot in. And he is going with some of these guys and building them up slowly but surely. I don't know, like he doesn't do Takeshita any favors when Takeshita's beating everybody and having bangers with everybody all over the world, and then Darby just cleans him up in a TV match on Dynamite right before a pay-per-view for no fucking reason. So he's made mistakes along the way, but he's, you know, you see guys week in, week out on Dynamite like a Kyle Fletcher or an MJF. I know he was away for a minute, and we're starting to see more of Kenny and Andrade's there, but he is ex-WWE, let's be fair. So let's say Tone's more focused on that. That is an overall positive. I'm taking a long way to get there, but I'm trying to set this picture up here. So now for Tone and Dave and all these guys to be like, well, we're going to be selective, but Kendall Gray can get $10 billion and AEW's making $3.6 million per week, money rolling in, making money, almost 200,000 pay-per-view buys. And now it's like Tone's got to be stingy with the Bucks, and they just launched My AEW everywhere. And it seems as though he had to accumulate, so I'm sure he paid some of these indies to join My AEW, and then also they're getting a cut of the ad revenue. And maybe that's how he roped him in, but it's going to cost more money to market and more money. And now they're suing for $105,000 here and suing Triller for millions of dollars here, which obviously you're going to get the millions. The 100,000 is like pretty crazy to sue that already unhinged. Like they're going to end up suing more. The production company behind the Queen of the Ring, those dudes were like snapping on the official Twitter account, levying conspiracy theories against WWE. Like Tone's lawyers are going to spend, you're going to spend more than 105,000 just trying to sue them. What's the fucking point? And some people are like, well, they're showing you they're a real company now. And it's like, well, exactly. They're tightening up. They're tightening up. They're tightening up. Attendances seem maybe a bit up from last year on average, but largely down from the last 7 years, if you look at the earlier years. The television ratings, the social media impressions, all of these things. It's only the invisible pay-per-view buys and the invisible money Tone brought in that nobody can actually verify. And we were only ever told upwards 165 to 185 million. And Dave Meltzer going 3.6 million every single week now, rolling in. And then you hear that Sheamus is a maybe and Tone's got to be careful. And now he's wisely booking people that he's had the whole time. I guess not even wisely booking them creatively and shit, but wisely booking them comparable to, like, he hasn't built any stars, but like Fletcher is at least got a bigger name than he did 2 years ago. You got to admit that. If you're looking at non-WWE guys, MJF is in better shape and seemingly, I don't know, I'm assuming he has a bigger name. He's in more movies and shit now, and that might be on his own accord. He might be an outlier, but at least like you have more people talking about Mike Bailey than there were when he was like in TNA or whatever the fuck. You have to be honest about that. I'm not saying it's by a huge number. Obviously, there's differences between like WWE being a star there and being a star in AEW and shit. But at least he's like working on his guys and booking Kenny Omega and trying something with the Will Ospreay. The problem is Mox is all over that. Fucking, I think Tone's probably better than Mox is at booking motherfuckers. Everything Mox touches just goes to shit. Like you see Kevin Knight all the time, love him or hate him, or if he's over or not. At least they're trying to go in that direction. But why wasn't Tone trying to do that from the beginning? He built a culture now where the sickos expect double debuts like Adam Cole and Bryan Danielson and shit. So when you do that and you have all these WWE people are now free agents and Tone doesn't deliver on that, it's a letdown. And now you're letting it be known, oh, we have to be careful who we sign. But unfortunately, that backfires because the people he caters to, and this is why he inevitably just signs up people anyways, because the fucking sickos are the ones that he caters to, are the ones who post these lists of like New Day versus the Young Bucks, New Day versus FTR, New Day versus MCMG, New Day versus the Bang Bang Gang, New Day versus blah, blah, blah. And everyone posts these lists, and you don't even get, you're lucky if you get 4 of those matches ever. And then, and people just get wrecked. Like, look at Jericho's legacy. Cooked. Right? He's doing a gimmick now where he's redoing his old gimmicks. And I told you guys this was going to happen. So his gimmick like 2 years ago was Jericho redoing all of his old gimmicks. So now he comes back after people thought he was going to debut at the Rumble and you had the mainstream masses talking about Jericho returning. He comes back to AEW, pardon me. Everyone thought he was going to return to WWE in the Royal Rumble. He returns back to AEW. And now his gimmick is going through his old gimmicks again. So he's been the Painmaker. And now he's Cortisone De Leon, Lionheart, Chris Jericho again. It's fucking madness, man. Their AEW's literally looping. So think about Jericho, where he could be, where he's been. It's like whatever for him. I don't feel bad for a fucking multimillionaire who's been doing this for decades. He's got everyone singing his shit in Mexico right now, which is awesome. But he's literally looping, and so many people get stuck in ROH or they fucking loop, and it's always just a money grab. And the whole idea of AEW was, well, the boys get treated better, they're free to do what they want, and they make more money. And now Tone is tightening up on all of that because he's got to pay for his own marketing, and he's got to be careful. I can't bring Sheamus in. So we'll see what fucking happens with Tone here. I think he'll cave and sign people. But he's also not booking people. You have more people than ever begging to get booked who aren't getting booked. And so this guy posted a question at Based CLC to Tone. He says, Tony, why did you go back on your word? And it says, Tony Khan thinks the AEW roster is too crowded to sign all these ex-WWE stars in 26. Tony Khan has to be careful about signing too many free agents because the AEW roster is already overloaded with talent. And so I guess Tony Khan hid this reply. So he hid the reply, which is crazy. You can't do that. Dude, hiding replies just lets people know that you're reading that. And I get it. Well, I don't want it to muddy up my timeline. But the problem is that hidden replies are public, so people can just look them up anyways, and then they see like what's bothering you, and then more. It's just crazy. Tone's online too much. But also like you're trying to felt Tone, so he obviously this guy's like, please, like two mature adults, but like he's what. I get it. Tone does have conversations with sickos and shit, but you're trying to felt him, so he's not gonna fuck with you like that. Like, just be serious for a second. But I don't know what he changed his tune on. I guess he's saying like you flip this up like before. Did Tone ever say like, oh, we're gonna bring in all the WWE guys? I guess that's been the sentiment. This is what I mean. Like, if you're in the IWC, which that's what Tone caters to, the sentiment is like double dip debuts with fucking Brian and Cole, and then Saraya comes in, and fucking every week there's a new debut. We're hyping up who could come over from WWE. The free agents, the free agent halls. WWE should question their free agent halls and shit. And now with AEW, they have to be careful who they sign. It's just embarrassing because of the narrative that's out there. So Tone has kind of flip-flopped on that. So this guy's just pointing that out. And speaking of flip-flopping and getting the shivers, Tony Khan participated in the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are here for a good cause in support of Rebel and all of those affected. Tony Khan accepts the Ice Bucket Challenge and nominates Coach Cohen, James Gladstone, and Tony Baselli. And shout out Mick Foley, who nominated The Rock. Now, that's real boss moves. Now, I get it. This is for football, right? But Tone, if he was a boss, he'd do it for AEW as well and get his big-name wrestlers on that shit, you know? Shout out Mick Foley, though, nominating The Rock. Like, that's a good thing to do. Mick's a good guy. He's just lying to get money from Tone, like so many people have done, right?
Hi, I'm Tony Khan from the Jacksonville Jaguars.
God, this is already starts out, and it's the weirdest. Hi, I'm Tony Khan. Watch any other, like Tony Schiavone's got more charisma than you, bruv. Watch any other Ice Bucket Challenge, and it's more entertaining. Tone just, hi, I'm Tony Khan.
Hi, I'm Tony Khan from the Jacksonville Jaguars, Fulham Football Club, and AEW, All Elite Wrestling. And I'm here to talk about something that affects 1 in every 300 people. It affects a lot of people close to us, and it's a terrible disease, ALS. And it hits very close to home in AEW and in the NFL. And for Team Gleason, Steve Gleason, a great NFL veteran and somebody part of the fight against ALS, and you can donate and work with.
Oh, they had to do a cut? Oh, no. Oh, no. Now it's for a good cause. That aside, right? Shout out the cause and shout out Rebel. That aside, though, we're just talking about Tone here. Whoa, dude, he's so fucking Mark Zuckerberg Max.
AEW.
He's Zucker Max, dude.
AEWtogether.org/Rebel Heart. Rebel Heart is an episode of Wednesday Night Dynamite coming up in Athens, Georgia on September 9th. And the fight against ALS is very close and important to us in AEW because it affects somebody that we really care about in AEW, somebody that's been with us for many years, who's been diagnosed with ALS, and that is Tanea.
And how crazy is it that Britt Baker, who's Rebel's right-hand gal, and vice versa, had to be involved in like the Mick Foley Ice Bucket Challenge? Where the fuck's Britt Baker? Tone, have Britt Baker come out and wrestle a match in Rebel's fucking honor and donate the proceeds or whatever.
Brooks.
Of all the t-shirts she sells that night or whatever.
Known to the fans and everyone in AEW as Rebel. And we're having Wednesday Night Dynamite, Rebel Heart, September 9th in Athens, Georgia. The tickets are on sale now. You can get your tickets to support the fight against ALS at this show in Athens, Georgia at AEWTIX.com. And I'm here today to take the Ice Bucket Challenge as well to support the fight against ALS and Rebel Heart and Rebel herself. And I was challenged
this Rebel Heart
by Sting to do this. So I accept that challenge by Sting, but also I challenge members of the Jaguars in the National Football League. Of course, Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jaguars, James Gladstone, the general manager of the Jaguars, and our great executive vice
So that is big business. Who-Tone's nominating there.
president and NFL Hall of Famer Tony Baselli. I challenge Liam, James, and Tony. And for myself, the challenge is accepted. That was great. And I'm so excited
Dude.
to be-
He's wearing a white tee as well, which is hilarious to do for an ice bucket challenge. But am I wrong? Good, baby. Very good. He looks very fucking haired up, dude. In the chest, you can see that's like his skin tone, and then it just gets very dark around here, dude. He's got the Austin powers. Do I make you horny, baby? Do I make you Randy Savage?
able to do something to support the fight against ALS. Rebel, that was for you. Stinger, challenge accepted. James, Tony, and Liam.
He's dear. Oh my God, the ice has him sounding like my impression of him. Oh my God. Oh, PWT. I've done it again. Look, dude, it came to fruition. He became my impression of him. Well, I want to, there's ALS.
And I'm so excited to be able to do something to support the fight against ALS.
Yes.
Rebel, that was for you. Stinger, challenge accepted. James, Tony, and Liam, I'm sure you're looking forward to that. And
we win again. Sweet victory. Yeah.
Guys, we'll see you all September 9th, Wednesday night Dynamite, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on TBS and HBO Max to support you, Rebel, for AEW Rebel Heart and the fight against ALS. Thank you very much.
And shout out Tone for doing that, man. God bless Rebel and those affected. And I love that it's gotten all the way up to football GMs and The Rock and all of that, you know. It'll bring a lot more eyeballs that way. So speaking of Tone and decisions he's making here, I got to call him out for being a creative hack, if I haven't already done that enough this evening. But Tone announces and confirmed that going forward, AEW plans to hold 2 tournaments for the Continental Championship every year. Guys, I mean,
Stupid idiot.
The first one was already dumb enough. Now there's 2 tournaments. One for a cup where you win the belt, I think, as well. We have a breakdown up here. But basically, there's the Continental Challenge Cup, the Triple C, if you want to call it that. Then there's the Continental Classic. I think the champ will be involved in both, but one of them, like the title's involved in both, but then one of them you get a cup. And it's like, why not just do this once a year? So now Tone already whips out tournaments out of nowhere. And he already has the men's and women's Owen. And he's already got the Continental Classic, right? For the men. And then the sickos are asking for the Continental Classic for the women. And then now he's got the Continental Cup. And odd timing, NXT gets rid of their Heritage Cup, and now Tone wants to do another cup. Why not just do the Continental Cup once a year and get rid of... Why would you have 2 tournaments? Have it be one tournament where the winner just gets the cup, and then it's not a title you defend, but you are defending champion the next year, permitted you're not injured. You go and try and defend your Continental Cup from the year before. And then that tournament actually means something. And then whoever wins it gets a title shot against the world champ. Or maybe the fucking international champ, because it's the Continental Cup. So maybe the international champion, whoever that is, you get a shot at that. Tone already does the Owen. He already whips out tournaments for the TBS title and the women's tag title and the fucking national title and the fucking all of these things all the time. So now his brilliant idea is we're going to do 2 tournaments for the same thing per year.
Put me out of my misery.
I just don't understand. I don't get why this is what he's choosing to do. So there will be the Continental Cup in the summertime and then the Continental Classic in the wintertime. Why? Pourquoi? Okay? It makes no fucking sense. Here's the breakdown of it. So AEW posts this. Here's how the AEW Continental Challenge Cup works, as well as the full field of 16 fighters who will be taking part in the first ever Continental Cup. Continental Challenge Cup, right? So how it works. No outside interference and no time limit. Okay, I like that you're establishing rules. 16 wrestlers compete in 8 blind draw matches. But they're not that blind because you announce all the competitors, so I guess it still works. Like, it's a blind, like one of the names get drawn, like it's a blind draw out of the names that are public already, you know? So it's like, okay, that removes some of the, because we know it's a work. So it's harder to suspend disbelief that way. If they just announced, here's the matchups on a blind draw, and then they did a segment where Tone's spinning the fucking wheel, the lottery wheel, and people are picking names, or Tone goes and hands everybody an envelope or something that he selects from random, or Big Show, someone who's established as the fucking GM on your show. Think of something clever, dude. And then the 8 winners then compete in 4 blind draw matches. So I don't mind this concept. So basically, here's the list of names, which, why are these the list of names? Why did they announce the list of names? Is there no qualifiers? Is there no rankings to pull from? Is there no, it's all blind and random, so we're going to go blind and random. It's a pool where even if Tone said this, hey, we picked these names based off of 8 people in the tournament are from North America, meaning Canada, US, and Mexico, and then the other 8 come from other continents like the world. So there could be 2 people from Japan, there could be 1 Japanese dude, there could be 1 person from Europe, there could be 4 people from Europe and 4 Japanese dude, whatever the fuck. But 8 are allotted to North America. That way, if you have to cop out and use some American talent, a few extra American talent, you can do that. I just don't know where they get the names from. That's what fucking irks me a little bit with it. But I like the concept of blind draw, and then out of the winners, you blind draw again. So you don't just immediately take on who's in your block. On my block, where everything is everything for sheezy. So the Cup final takes place at Wembley Stadium at All In. So they'll crown the Continental Cup winner. And then the winner will receive the Continental Cup and will be the new Continental Champion. Meaning when you win the C2, the Continental Classic, then you are the Continental Champion? Or do they just crown us? Is Tone's idea, we're going to crown a summer winner and then a winter winner, and then they'll fight each other? Like, what is this plan with this? So you're the Continental Cup winner, and then that means you're in the Continental Classic, then have to defend your title in the Continental Classic, which is just a new tournament format where you could lose your belt by not even losing the summer tournament or the winter tournament. You defend your belt, let's say, but then somebody who just outpoints you could then take your belt and what you won in the summer tournament. I'm sorry, guys. I have to ring the bell.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
It actually doesn't even make sense. It doesn't. I'm sorry. It's fucking stupid. TD Love 420 has been a member for 28 months. Holy shit.
Acknowledge me!
Shout you out for 28 months of membership. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what Tone's whole plan is here, but it's fucking dumb. Now, this concept's cool. I like this better than the point tournament. Why don't you just do this every year? And then make the point tournament a different thing, not called the Continental Class. Like, he just wanted to call something the C2, like the G1 Climax tournament. He wants the C2, where nobody climaxes except for Dave Meltzer. So the winner of the final will receive the cup and then be the new champion. All right. So here's the names: John Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly, Roderick Strong, Orange Cassidy. So just the same guys in every tournament. Nigel McGuinness, Katsuyori Shibata, David Finley, Ace Austin, Jay White, Matt Sydal, Jungle Jack Perry. Matt Sydal's been out for 6 years, it feels like. What the fuck did he do to deserve a goddamn shot? Where's Swerve? Now, there's rumors that Swerve has heat, allegedly. May have heat. And again, it's like Andy's Toys. Tone's just done with it. I'm true with you. Titus Sinclair, you're pretty much gonzo. Claudio's in this thing. Jake Doyle. Doyle rules. Eddie Kingston, which Brian and Dave Meltzer got in a fight about. And Dave Meltzer ends up burying Eddie Kingston defending Tone. That's how much of a dumb fuck Dave Meltzer is. Brian Cage is in this thing. So a good mix. Right? You got some Europeans, you got a Japanese competitor in there, some UK gents, you got a bunch of Americans. A good mix. It's repetitive. Again, O'Reilly's in other feuds. Or not O'Reilly, sorry. Yeah, it's O'Reilly in this thing, not Fletcher, pardon me. So there you go. Fletcher's in other feuds. Good. It's good that Fletcher's not in this thing because he could just be doing his own thing, which he is doing. Just an L from Tone, booking another tournament that now he's booked into a corner. This is the problem with this tournament, too. Now he's booked into a corner. He has to do one each year, each season, each year, like a dumbass. I don't know why you do this. So, AEW Wrestle Dream in 2026 has officially been announced for Saturday, October 17, Rocktober. Okay? It's not my exact birth date, but my birthday's in October, so we'll be partying for Wrestle Dream. Or maybe it is. We'll be partying, okay? But Orlando, Florida. It goes down, Wrestle Dream, which again, the whole Japanese aesthetic of Wrestle Dream and the whole name and the whole, like, we're in Orlando, so here's like an old samurai hut in the fucking mountains, okay? I don't get it. I don't get the marketing behind it, and it's got the Inoki scarf, and it's to honor Inoki, but you already have Forbidden Door, and then Wrestle Dream. It's not even like AEW and New Japan or anything like that anymore. They kind of tried to do that semi with the first one. Now it's just a regular pay-per-view in honor of Inoki. But what does it have to do with Inoki? I just don't get it. Inoki was larger than life. Other than Tone, like, obviously accommodating his grandsons and whatnot and showing them a hell of a time, putting them in the finest hotels, the finest sushi, the finest fucking meals out there, which I'm sure he accommodates with them with, rather. I don't know what it has to do with Inoki anymore. Maybe chat or comments down below can enlighten me on that. LK8181 has been a member for 26 fucking months, man. Thank you guys for the long ass membership. And did I read the last one? I think TD Love shouts you out. No, there was nothing to read. So this is Tony's version of Super J Cup in New Japan. He copies Nuge with no understanding why they do what they do. Yep, par for the course. Par for the fucking course with that, isn't it? So I would love to know, like, the red scarf, I guess. That's the aesthetic vibe they're going with. Cool. Good for Tone and good for the Inokis, but he should do less pay-per-views. I'll say it once, I'll say it twice. Forbidden Door should be your big Japanese-themed crossover, whatever. Wrestle Dream has this Japanese aesthetic. It has nothing to do other than Inoki's grandsons pull up. What the fuck does it have to do with anything Inoki? The question remains, right? So, speaking of what do you got to do, man, and poor decisions on Tone's behalf, Max Caster's AEW contract is set to expire in October, and he's just been benched. And I think he's made it be known, like, hey, you can only watch me wrestle every week on, where does he wrestle? 1FW or fucking Beyond Wrestling or something like that, right? And he's like, this is my new home for the foreseeable future. And we covered it on this show. But now his contract's allegedly set to expire. Now, Caster and Bowens were so fucking over. Tone fucked up and didn't put the titles on them when he should have, and capitalize on them the way he should have. And keep them over, keep their heat going. He gave them nothing of substance. And so it just became the scissor thing. And there's got to be more than that. He didn't capitalize on the breakup and the trilogy of matches that Caster and Bowens had to finish on the indies. Bowens, incredibly marketable, I think, as a singles, if you know what the fuck to do with him. And clearly someone in Hollywood, someone in LA agrees with me. He knows somebody because he shows that he's at, I've said this a million times. WWE's there getting the red carpet rollout at the Tudums. Who's comes strolling up behind them? Fucking Bowens out of nowhere. You're like, what? This guy's everywhere. And then Caster can do his rap thing, and it's different than what Cena was doing. And he drops these music videos to hype up the matches, and he's fucking cool. The Acclaimed are the only people to get themselves over on Dark as well, I want to say. It's like them and Athena are the only folks to get themselves over wrestling on Dark mostly, and then everybody starts fucking with what they're doing, right? And Tone squandered both of those things. Now, Caster, when I originally saw him in his Uprise, I went, both of these guys could be mid-top guys in AEW in the future. If they book them right, if they capitalize on this shit. Tone just lost the plot, didn't know what to do with them, and I pray to God, Caster would fit in still in NXT, and I pray to God that he gets scooped up by fucking NXT or TNA and they just reintroduce him by having him do the rap shit again. And rapping verses to whatever beat. He always finds good beats, dude. So he just finds a new, like their music was so good too. The Acclaim, top of the chain, and that down, now. And he would just rap on his way to the ring. Just have him do that somewhere. And I hope to fuck Tone lets his contract come up. I hope he's gone from AEW sooner or later. I really fucking hope he is. And thank God if his deal is coming up soon. And NXT, HBK, I know you're listening. Sign this fucking guy. Don't let it go to waste like Tone did. Like Haystack 510 isn't doing. He's been a member for 1 month. Oh my God, all the memberships coming in. Shout you all out for your memberships, guys. Super chat in, become a member. It's only 99 cents. I do a weekly bonus show for members only, or check out patreon.com. You also get the bonus shows there. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And you get the bonus shows there. And there's other content that's only on Patreon. And, thank you. Hit like, hit heart, retweet, all that good shit. Thank you guys for all the fucking support. Let's get into this here. So Adam, speaking of support, man, Adam Copeland, he's years late to the party, but he wrote up his own list, his own Cody Rhodes style list. You just made the list that everybody does when they have missions, side quests, whatever you want to call it, main quests that they want to accomplish on the indies and whatnot.
Just made the list.
So Copeland wants to wrestle in the Tokyo Dome next after Arena Mexico. So he just wrestled in Arena Mexico. He wants to do the Tokyo Dome next. Hopefully we see that. I think that's fucking cool. I think Edge versus Tsuji or something like that would be cool as shit. Now it would probably, or putting over Takeshita. That'd be cool. 1-on-1 as well, or an Edge and Christian match, whatever. But he wrote, as it winds down, there's still some great white whales to catch. And then Jericho goes, beautiful penmanship, sir. So venues, Arena Mexico, he wants to do Wembley, Maple Leaf Gardens. He just got that done. Or he's going to get that done. He's going there to set up a match. He will wrestle on MLP. So be on the lookout for that. It might be Edge and Christian, but he will have a match. He's going to address the people, I think, tonight after Dynamite. So be sure to check that out. The Tokyo Dome, again, putting over Takeshita or something like that could be really cool. And opponents, he has Kenny Omega on this list. You can see that. So maybe New Japan lucks out and they get Omega versus Edge at the fucking Tokyo Dome. Like, that would be big shit for Nuge, and I would be happy if they did that. Speaking of getting things done, we're going to play this again. Because Big Boom AJ and the Rizzler are accomplishing their side quests as well. And we know that they want to be involved with WWE, but they fucked up and signed with AEW for more money and the freedom to do what they want. And they didn't realize that doing what they want results in you're actually a serious wrestler now. That's what Tone expects of you, that you actually are a wrestler. Which is fucking stupid and dumb. And so we played this clip. I'm going to play it again. These two guys here have a jerk-off challenge. What is you like a jerk-off? What are you practicing that for each other for later? Go. So Big Boom AJ links up with WWE star Logan Paul to compete in a boom-off. A boom-off, is that like what it's called or like what you guys do? Go. What's your names? Neil and Bob? So these two mix it up here. Now we know that Big Boom AJ was clearly forced to delete a video, a social media video, and these guys have fallen off. The Chicky Bakey Boom guys fell the fuck off on social media. They probably still get views and shit. I'm sure some kids watch it. The Rizzler's still doing his thing. But obviously these guys want to be involved with WWE, and we know that they were forced to delete a social media video by Tony Khan where they were ripping WWE packs or something. I don't know. They got sent a title belt or they bought a title belt. They're like, check this out and all this shit. So I wonder if Tone had a meltdown over this. I'm sure he's been made aware of it, and I'm sure he started throwing shit. Oh, I won't be disrespected. No, but I wonder if, like, why didn't Big Boom AJ post this on his shit? You know he's filming everything.
One. Boom, 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 boom,
Look at these jerk-offs. Yeah, that's what I think of you. That's what I say. Who is you guys fighting? Oh, shit. So the Rizzler popped up, and I replayed that video because the Rizzler popped up with John Cena recently. Now, again, we've seen the Rizzler on AEW. We know that they have had to fucking delete a video. I don't know if the Rizzler was in it, but it had the WWE title being a focal point. And now he's chilling with John Cena, and my question is like, look, dude, does Tone get mad about this? They deleted a video before, so does Tone have a say over, oh, I met another celebrity? I'm sure he doesn't give a fuck that much, or I'd like to think that. But it would be hilarious if Tone's like, I'm never booking them again or something. We'll see. Are they on the next buy-in? Will they be at All In? Keep an eye peeled for any more cross promotion, like we just saw him at Darby Allin's house and shit. But you know these guys want to break through. It's a superstardom. I just think it's fucking cringe. So, speaking of superstardom, man, here's the first trailer for Violent Night 2, starring David Harbour as Santa Claus. And the first one was okay. It was pretty good, I guess. And MJF is in this trailer, so let's see if we can spot him.
Boys and girls. Audie.
Let's skim through.
But now I'm on the naughty list. I forgot to even leave.
I think what's her face? Someone plays Mrs. Claus or some shit like that. Kristen Bell or something. Like that. Is it me or that's King Botch? Do you guys remember him from Vine?
No, guys.
Yeah, see, so there's MJF. Arrow that explodes in a fucking I don't know. I'm gonna definitely watch this. I watched the last one. It just went right to streaming. So there's Kristen Bell, and he's on the good guy team. I guess MJF is seemingly so. Maybe he turns his back on the Wolfpack. Who knows? But shout out MJF for like getting in these movies, doing it in his own accord, doing it without WWE. Like he's not getting in these movies because of AEW by any means. Yeah, it looks like he's helping Santa Claus. And he does okay. I mean, if you've seen him he looked good in Iron Claw. He's in it in a blink and you miss it moment, but he also executive produced that film. MJ was just away for a minute. It wasn't to film this, obviously, right? You would have filmed this way the fuck a long time ago. This is when he was away previously, I'm sure, especially by the amount he's in this trailer. I think he'll be in this movie more than people expect. And he was in the Adam Sandler Netflix Happy Gilmore flick, where he was, I guess, the most memorable brother of the Happy Gilmore brothers or whatever. He was okay in it, you know. It was that movie was a horrendous, vile piece of shit. But I mean, for what the assignment was, he was better than Eminem's cameo. That's for fucking sure. Eminem with literally the worst, probably one of the best cameos ever in that movie. I think it's Funny People. Is it Funny People that Eminem cameos in, and it's like Ray Romano is there across the I forget what movie that is, but that's an epic cameo. And then in Happy Gilmore 2, Eminem is the worst cameo maybe in any movie ever. But we'll see how MJF does in this like action role. He's a little dude. I don't know if he'll ever be the next John Cena or whatever the fuck, but he's creating a Hollywood nest egg that eventually when he does go to WWE one day, which he will, he was smart. He took Tone's money and he didn't just sit on the bench and go, yeah, I'll get booked whenever and I'll just stay in shape or whatever. He's like, I'm going to go try and make things happen in Hollywood in all the spare time. And he goes out there and puts AEW on his back. And this will only raise his profile. AEW should be, and Tone should be thanking God that MJF's out there making moves, at least trying to. And when he goes to WWE, he's already created like a bit of a Hollywood crossover avenue, dude. It's brilliant work by him. Hopefully he does well. I'm honestly wishing him the best in this shit. And he looked real tanned up and not like fake tanned. He looked tanned up and he looked real fucking shreddied, buddy. And I think he just took time off there because he was banged up and had to recover. And he just wanted, and then the thing with MJF is every time he returns, he's more bodied up and he looks better and shit. So I appreciate that. Will Ospreay didn't do that. He had a neck fusion. He came back looking worse than he did. You know, you got to appreciate Triple H blows out a quad, comes back, and he's looking like fucking Hulk Hogan. You know, you got to appreciate that. So it shows that you want it. You put the fucking work in and whatever. So shout out MJF.
Santa is
Make sweat.
See, I hate movie trailers because it shows all the best shit these days. And it's so funny because I saw people complaining online about Spider-Man. And they're like, dude, if you think about it, all the best shit is in the trailer. Like literally all, if you watch the trailer, you're like, holy fuck. Which I disagree. I think the best shit is, but I don't know. I don't watch the trailers. Like I'm the type of guy, I watch a teaser or I'll watch like 30 seconds of a trailer. And if it looks good, you can tell right then. Like judge that book by its cover. You go, yeah, I'll see that. Or no, I don't want to see that. And then if it's good and you go, oh, fuck, it's better than, it's like Masters of the Universe, #1 on Prime. Everyone's glazing it now. I told y'all it was good. And it sucks because it tanked at the fucking box office. And it's fucking really good. So You find out after. Like, you'll find out one way or the other if something's good based on the box office or based on, especially with streaming now, when the streamers are like, dude, it's #1, it's doing gangbusters. So, I don't know, man. Don't watch trailers. It shows you all the good shit. Like, right there, it shows you, like, Rudolph and the fucking reindeer taking out the bad guy. Like, why would you even show that in the trailer? But it's just because everybody's so fucking TikTok brain now, you know? So we move along here, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, AEW Grand Slam Mexico is on, and that was AEW news. Ichi Nissan Da, everybody. For AEW news. And of course, the best guy was Tony Khan. Is forever will be. Guys, I put a poll in chat. There's over 200 watching. I put a poll in the chat. What promotion do you think feels the hottest right now? 1 for WWE, just wherever you're watching. Throw this up in the chat. 1 for WWE, 2 for AEW, 3 for TNA, 4 for MLW. And currently WWE's washing everybody. No votes for TNA. So you TNA holes better get in here. Where's Lincoln when you need him? Lincoln Hawk. So we are going to get into, do we want a spoiler for Grand Slam Mexico? Okay, yeah, so the dirt sheets spoiled MJF, at least Ringside News did. Spoiled MJF returning. So there you go. It's happening to AEW as well. Let's see who first reported it. Damn, it's just Ringside News. Yeah, Ringside News got the scoop, so I guess shout them out. They're trying, I guess. Did like Fightful and them report it? Because typically they go as reported by Fightful, but no, Ringside News is just like MJF slated to return, and he fucking did, so they were spoiler alerting. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Yeah, how crazy is it that Jericho's just recycling his gimmick of going through his old gimmicks again? Like, it's a time loop there, dude. And this match, like, we just had fucking Brody King doing, like, shit that Bandito does, doing, like, crazy lucha moves. And it just makes every fucking skinny guy you have out there flipping around look like shit. He's better than all of them. We have WWE news to get to. Yeah, we have WWE news to get to, ladies and germs, and it is Wednesday, you already know. And is this the main event? What's supposed to be the main event for this show? Ospreay in the street fight. So it's a street fight, guys, but no outside interference. So if they brawl out into the street or backstage, there can't be interference, or else what? What are you going to do, Tone? Like, what a dumb fucking stipulation. Just a fucking dumb stipulation. So, let's get into some WWE news, guys. Some Worldwide Wrestling Federation news. Buckle in. We got quite a bit. We watched Raw on Member Monday, so become a member for only 99 cents or gift a membership, or join Patreon and get access to the shows unedited and all of that as well. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. There's a link somewhere, pinned somewhere. But shout out Baron Corbin, who won the U.S. title on SummerSlam Saturday, I want to say. Perhaps it was Sunday. I fucking forget. But he also was defending the tag titles with the new Skyscrapers, the Skyscrapers 3 or Trios or whatever the fuck you want to call them on MLW. So MLW did the smart thing, and they fucking knew that Corbin was going to sign elsewhere. They figured out he'd be on SmackDown and shit, and they taped some stuff and put it in the bank for their Saturday show. And they got Corbin in their Fed simultaneously as WWE on SmackDown. He's a U.S. champ. He's a tag champ. I don't know if they use Freebird rules or what, but he's dual title in it across multiple Feds right now. Smart move by MLW, and SmackDown doing the damn thing. Now, speaking of SummerSlam, Brie Bella has announced the severity of her injury sustained at SummerSlam on Saturday and reveals she suffered a broken scapula. And she says, unfortunately, I'll be out for a bit. I broke my scapula. Not sure how I finished the match, but I do believe the adrenaline, passion for the business, and the love for all the women I work with, it gave me the drive to finish. And this was on Instagram. Now, Nikki finally comes back from injury to reform the Bellas, who turned on Paige. And now it's just going to end up being Nikki versus Paige. One-on-one. Who even knows if Brie will be in the corner with a sling? If I'm WWE, you have her be in the corner with a sling, and then she fucking tricks everybody. Once it's actually healed, she fucking takes the cast off or the sling off or whatever and gloms whoever. Or she keeps wearing it, managing Nikki, and like throwing her brass knucks or something. No, Logan Paul's, that's his gimmick right now. But you guys get what I'm saying. And now it'll be like Nikki versus Paige, and who knows if someone's not getting called up now, or who knows if they had to change plans accordingly, because clearly there was like Bellas versus Paige and someone plans down the line. They're not just like jumping Paige out off TV or whatever. They didn't fuck her up that bad. And Brie got hurt, and I've said this a million times, like they just wasted the cannonball senton. JC Jane did like a cannonball senton on the steel steps outside of the ring, and it was just like a blink and you miss it moment in this trios match. They didn't even need to do it. And then Brie gets hurt, so this whole Bella's return, because Nikki Bella was a heel, and then Brie returned, they just flipped her face. But then fucking Nikki got hurt, so then Paige had to team up with Brie. Now they just jump Paige out upon Nikki's return, and then Brie gets hurt. So you can tell the plan is, like, we want the Bellas to probably hold the tag titles for a little bit, and, you know, we want them to put over whatever the next tag team is or whatever the fuck. And whatever these plans are, they keep getting fucked up because they keep getting hurt. This is like the Vision curse. So who knows what the fuck is going on with all of that. While on the topic of SummerSlam, Brad Williams, comedian Brad Williams, was recently on Story Wars, but came up short in the scorecard. And shout him out for roasting Peter Dinklage all the time. But Bradhausen says, thank you, WWE and Danhausen, for a very nice, very evil weekend at SummerSlam. So here we go. So I think this is one of the minis that JD chokeslammed, and everyone was like, holy fuck, is he hurt? JD's out there fucking gorilla pressing midgets like the Ultimate Warrior and shit.
I'm going to every wrestling podcast, and I'm putting it out to Danhausen. I want to be a Minihausen. I want to be one of those guys. You don't have to make it. This is Brad Williams doing it. You could just put me in the makeup and just have me run out there. I want to be a Minihausen.
Hey everybody, it's Brad Williams, and very exciting because I'm in Minneapolis, Minnesota, because this weekend I'm going to be a Minihausen. The wrestler Danhausen, WWE.
Fuck you, Peter Dinklage. What, are you going to cancel the Minihausens? Piece of shit.
This is Brad Hausen. Very nice, very evil. Going to be going out doing promotional work for WWE, making a lot of American monies. And if you don't like WWE, remember, you are cursed. No, I'm not just going out on stage. I'm passing out ice cream.
So just a dream come true for him.
I'm going to every wrestling.
Yeah, and Swoggle too, Hornswoggle. Him and Brad Williams both just bury Dinklage. They're like, dude, you want to boycott like the Snow White movie? You know, he's like, there's all these people who could have got hired because of this. He's like, I'm not even saying it needs to be me, but like, God damn it, you selfish prick. And I'm with him on that. So we're talking SummerSlam. We're talking shit that's going on in the WWF. And Brock Lesnar got a vignette package on Raw going over his career. And he was quickly moved to the alumni section again between Brinley Reese and Brodus Clay. And he is in the alumni section. This is the second time Brock Lesnar has been moved to the alumni section. Now, I've said it once, I'll say it twice. I think we could see him back at WrestleMania in Saudi, sure. I do think he's done, though. I just, he went on Pat McAfee to be like, yeah, I'm done. Now, he did this once already again, too, where he went on Pat McAfee and was like, I don't know, I'm pretty much done, type shit. I think he is done. But if we see him, I could see him going into the Hall of Fame in Saudi. I could see that happening. I could see him being a guy who the next time there's a crazy-ass bloodline type situation, bloodline match, where, John Cena pops up and saves Cody Rhodes. Okay, Brock Lesnar pops up and saves Roman Reigns or something like that against the evil Braun Breakers. I don't fucking know. Maybe not that situation, but you guys get it, right? Yes, I could see him like doing appearances and being involved that way, or maybe wrestling another match, but who? Name who. He goes and officially retires in Saudi to Gunther. Maybe, if the Saudis want that. He goes and retires to Braun Breaker officially in Saudi Mania. Maybe, dude. I don't know. I think we're getting to Breaker and Oba and shit, and we're looking at the future. They had a massive stare down on Raw, right? So Brock was officially moved to the alumni section, and he actually appeared on the Pat McAfee show to say this. He officially is retired.
I'm here today to do this interview to let the world and everybody know that I am retired. And I wanted to say a big thank you to everybody. Saturday was a very emotional day for me. It kind of weird because my heart, when Obafemi slammed me at WrestleMania, I was like, I can't do this again. So I was like, I think I'm done. But here today.
Damn, and then look at those accolades at the very
here
end.
Today.
I'm going to try and pause it here, right at the very end. 7-time WWE champion, 3-time Universal champion, 2-time Royal Rumble winner, 1-time King of the Ring, 1-time Money in the Bank, 1-time UFC heavyweight champion, 1-time NCAA Division I national champion, 1-time national, is that the junior college national champion, NCAA All-American, junior All-American, 2-time Big Ten champion, like just a freak of fucking nature. One of the most decorated combat sports athletes of all time, with just an amateur record that will go unmatched. And it's insane he never went to the fucking Olympics. And even Kurt Angle put him over. Like he could be Olympic level, So we're talking about what's been going on the TV shows and that. So Lyra Valkyria, during the commercial breaks on Raw, says she'll be going after the women's IC title and spoke to Bayley and said that Bayley's gone. She's done. She's never coming back. So I think Bayley could end up going, but I don't think they'd address it on TV, even though it was during commercial break. I think we'll see Bayley one more time in WWE, and that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to not let her contract expire. But Kyrie and Asuka just kind of disappeared. So Bayley, she lost. Lyra fucked her up. Why would she reappear? And why would they mention it on TV if she wasn't going to reappear? So if they didn't say anything, I would go, yeah, she's not going to show back up in WWE. But the fact Lyra said that, I'm like, I don't know, man. We might see her on Raw again. And Lil Yachty is reportedly in talks with WWE regarding a contract extension, which is awesome. And I'm glad he takes it seriously. And he's actually there every fucking SmackDown providing his fame, I guess, and just his promo skills, if you can call it that. It's not even that like he's a great talker. He's just a funny dude. He just seems like a super chill dude, and he helps get Trick over. And it's good shit. Raquel Rodriguez put barbed wire. She modified the Intercontinental title and put barbed wire all over it with little red fucking twisties there. So that's cool. Maybe you can buy a replica with some plastic on it. I don't know why. Why is she doing that? Because she's all hardcore because she gets busted open hard way all the fucking time now? I'm not too sure. But speaking of shit going on the shows here, Lola Vice is going to be called up to the main roster right away. And she passed the torch. She is no longer undefeated in underground matches. Kendall Gray defeated her. Okay. So we take a look at the finish, and she got her with an armbar, Ronda Rousey style. So they went into the typical Lola Vice hits you and starts pounding you out after she rocks you. And then Kendall Gray pops up a fucking cross armbar. And you may notice Kendall Gray's head is bandaged up and her ear. So we'll talk about that in a moment. She taps. Lola taps. She's no longer undefeated. She sells it brilliantly, and Lola's expected to go to the main roster, so good for her. I assume she'll be on SmackDown because Priest is in AAA, but he's also in SmackDown, but Lola's in AAA, and she'll also be on SmackDown. And that shit's fucking amazing. You know, she did it again. Kendall Gray's awesome. And also Lola Vice in these fucking underground matches. She's able to show off her true MMA skill set a little bit, I guess, right? It's still a work shoot. It's still scripted. But one thing that isn't scripted is Kendall Gray slamming. Now, TKO is going to destroy me for this, but we're going to fucking play it. She fucking slams her head on the steps falling off the ring, and her ear was busted. She took a picture of it. Like, the inside of her ear was fucking bleeding, and they bandaged her head up and her ear and almost did not allow her to continue this fucking match. So for her to pull through with the finish, like, this was a breakout moment for Kendall Gray, in my opinion.
The landing for...
So, like, you can hear the way that hit. You can see the way she's selling it. You can see the way her head jars back. Like, head first. Even if her hand got in the way, her ear popped or whatever. Maybe it didn't pop, but... And you can see the people, the underground people are selling the shit out of it. Like, holy fuck. But that could also be like, oh shit, is she actually fucked? And if this is a work and we all got worked, crazy. Crazy. Like, that could be a fake bloody ear capsule for all we know. But, and if that's Kendall Gray fucking selling and she just sold that brilliantly, fucking round of applause. Brava. Brava. Okay? So this was crazy. Let's see here. People are checking on her. I mean, this could have been a shoot. She posted, what makes me think it could be somewhat of a shoot is she posted a bloody ear pic, but also that could be part of the work. So just brilliant stuff all around. I just think these ladies fucking rule, and a lot of stuff went down on NXT here. So Miles Bourne is the first wrestler since Adam Cole to hold the NXT North American and tag team titles simultaneously. So Miles Bourne had some shit to talk to Grayson Waller as well. And it's Bourne and Tavion who are the tag champions right now in NXT, beating, what are they called? Swipe Right. So that's good shit, pal. Mike Santana / Cruz Montana will take on Grayson Waller in a number 1 contender match for the NXT title, which is crazy because Montana just debuted, but Waller just cut the pipe bomb promo. So who do they push here? And do they have Montana be the guy to beat his ass, then get a title shot right away? Or do they have Waller snake him? And then maybe Waller doesn't get his hands on the title, or maybe he does, but then the storyline with Montana continues. Who fucking knows, right? We gotta watch the show. But Robert Stone was on the phone, eating his curds and whey. Along came Montana. He came from Montana and said, "Hey, who's on the phone, bitch?" But Robert Stone was on the phone with another free agent, and he's like, "So you're a free agent? You're available? Perfect." So there's a lot of speculation. People are like, is it Dakota Kai? Is it Mara Sade? Is it someone we don't like, Leon Slater, who his deal's done and shit? Nobody really knows. The 90s guy, do you know he became a new member? Thank you so much for your membership. Me. Guys, become a member, gift a membership, super chat in patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Get access to those bonus shows every week, like the 90s guy here, okay? Shout you out. So who knows who it's going to be? It could be someone from AAA. It could be someone from fucking TNA. It could be someone from SmackDown. I think Leon Slater, though, he's done in TNA, I believe. Or he is, like, very soon. I think he's done, right, after the last pay-per-view. And he's obviously going to not go to the main roster right away. He'll be in NXT for a bit, so I could see that totally being the case. And, I mean, Slater and Montana for the NXT title. No, we'll see who comes in. We'll see who it's going to be. It could be like an ex-WWE guy, though. They're signing some of these folks again who they just released and whatnot. And so, speaking of NXT, it is Wednesday. We'll circle back to Wednesday. How about that? Because we're talking about the booking and what's been going on story-wise. And we're talking about a bunch of different players in the game that is WWE and AAA and NXT and Raw and SmackDown. And, of course, it's the premier wrestling organization, and so is its subsidiaries. You just have to admit it. But Conrad Thompson buries the top dog, the big dog, the tippy top of the fucking mountain. The highest mountaintop you could be is Roman Reigns. And Roman Reigns, just in recent memory alone, has given us classics with CM Punk, Seth Rollins as one-on-one, Cody Rhodes, individually. He's given us hardcore, hard-hitting bangers like with Jacob Fatu, where they're doing hardcore shit and it's very physical. Roman can go out there and tell a story in the ring. In recent memory, he's had a bunch of fucking bangers. He's the most over guy in the business. And Conrad Thompson and Eric Bischoff. And I was kind of rude when I fucking... I quote tweeted this and I was like, you boys need to lay off the cradle. Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not fair. And it isn't very fair that I say that. Because Bischoff is on the kratom and some people use that shit. But let's be honest, it's highly addictive. Just like the 90s guy for 5 in Australia. Says, yo, dude, I love your channel, mate. Big ups to you, dude. I love you. Thank you so much for joining and becoming a member and super chatting in, dude. Round of applause. Welcome to the madness. And so Conrad's like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. I've never touched Kratom a day in my life. But if you click on the link below, save 20% on Kratom. Oh, come on, Eric. That's not very fair. If you want a healthy AEW, you got to get on Kratom. Save 20% on Kratom down below. I've never even tried it out, but I'll sell it to you. It's Starcade 97, Eric. So he buries Roman Reigns, and he's like, Roman Reigns is the most overrated. And Eric Bischoff, to his credit, he doesn't watch any wrestling. I know he talks wrestling and shit. He doesn't actually watch any of the shit. You can tell by the way he talks about it and all the times he goes, I'm not really keeping up with the product. But let's listen to this clip of Conrad Thompson trying. He really fucking tried.
Acknowledge me.
Oops. I meant to hit the come
on now, Eric. And mostly, what'd you think
Shout
of
out 83 Weeks, shout out Eric Bischoff, and shout out Conrad the mortgage guy. Now, what did you think? Chat me up, Eric. Oh, come on now, Eric. There's a lot to unpack here about Roman Reigns and his overrated title run. And if you want to save 35% on titles, click the link below. I'm selling my personal collection.
Match.
It wasn't a bad match. It was a good match. It was a great match in some respects. But it didn't do much for me. I mean, maybe because I'm just kind of over it. It doesn't feel compelling in any way. It doesn't grab my interest for any specific reason.
It's wild because the bloodline's finally heating up again, in my opinion. Like, it's actually starting to kind of work again after all this time of like the faux bloodline and all this shit.
If I fail to engage in that story, that I'll miss anything, because I've kind of seen a lot of it, variations of it. So unless there's an element that can come out of this matchup shortly that makes it really more interesting, for whatever reason, that's the challenge. Come up with a reason to.
The 90s guy for 5 says, hey guys, have some Blue Chew sponsored by Saved by Conrad here at the Blue Chew studio. Absolute jobber. He says, dude, I wish I could have a Blue Chew studio. How do I go? Yeah, this, do I have to paint the room blue? Why is it the Blue Chew studio? They're just sponsored to fucking, how much Blue Chew are they selling? Conrad, how much Blue Chew are you fucking taking? Bischoff, how much Blue Chew you taking with these fucking takes? Well, we're not even there yet. We're not even at the bad take. And Bischoff, I don't blame him for his take because it's like he ain't watching the shit. Conrad Thompson's busy telling stories about how fucking he goes to the bar and he's like, well, I told them you better put on wrestling. I said, oh, come on now, waitress. That's not very fair. Many people like to watch pro wrestling. Somebody came up to me and said, holy fuck, is that fucking Dynamite at Starcade 97 on the TV, Eric? And I said, of course it is. Click on the link below and save on your tips. Click on the tip jar below. You know what I mean, man? I don't even know what I mean. But he tells a story. He's at the bar and he's like, I told that lady, oh, come on now, lady. You better put pro wrestling on or I'll get you fucking fired. There's a lot to unpack here with you refusing. Chat me up about you refusing to put Dynamite on the fucking TV screen here at this bar. You know? And so he's watching all the shit. So I blame him more for having a piss poor take. Eric Bischoff is like, he's focused on REF. He ain't watching this shit.
Make it feel unique and compelling. But unless they come up with that, I know they're both great wrestlers. I know a lot about them. I just don't know anything new about them. So I really don't care about it. Hopefully they can make me care.
I'm going to give you a hot take that's going to annoy you and probably piss you off, but here goes. I think Roman Reigns is probably the most overrated main eventer in WWE history. Like, I know this isn't a wrestling term, it's a music term, but Roman Reigns is what music would call an industry plant. I don't think if Roman Reigns disappears.
Roman's an industry plant. Bro, so is Hulk Hogan. I'm sorry, Conrad. I know you follow me.
Retard alert. Retard alert, class.
What are we doing, buddy? What are we talking about? An industry plant. Bro, So is everyone who's been over ever. You have to plant in wrestling. This is how you get over. You're in the industry, and then you go to like WWF, and then you're Stunning Steve, and that doesn't work, but they planted you there to be like the ringmaster or whatever the fuck. It doesn't work. Then you're Stone Cold, and then they plant you in a position to fucking, like, I get what he means. Like, okay, in music and industry plant are like these manufactured fake fucking, that's what every pro wrestler is. The Undertaker's not an industry plant. Mean Mark Calloway, by God King, it's Booger Red, or whatever the fuck, Red Boogers. The Dead Man, yes, dude, you're a fucking dentist. They put you on TV, and then you try and get it. That's everybody's a fake, phony thing. Everybody is. So what Conrad's trying to say is like he was shoved down our throats and still proceeds to be, and especially now that doesn't apply to Roman because he keeps having bangers. So here's the thing with industry plants and music, Conrad. They typically stink at music. Their vibe isn't authentic. You cannot say Roman doesn't cut good promos now. When he was the big dog being shoved down everyone's throats and it just wasn't him. He was the silent enforcer of the Shield, and then all of a sudden he's like in there and people are running laps around him and he's got to stick to this script. Now when he goes out there and he just talks his shit, you can tell this is just, as they say, him turned up to 10, flexing his $500,000 watch and shit like that. You can tell he's just being him and he's just speaking his piece. He's carried how many WrestleManias with guys like Brock Lesnar who validate him? You know what I mean? It's like saying John Cena's an industry plant. Yeah, no shit. He was in the system. He had He had a look. It was the prototype, literally called the prototype, because he's the prototype of a fucking wrestler. Like, that's the most industry-laden shit ever. And then what does Cena do? He becomes the rapper guy, and then fucking they insert him and they shove him down everyone's throats, and he never becomes. He's on the fucking Mount Rushmore, one of the biggest draws of all time. So what are we doing here? What does industry plant mean? Everybody in wrestling is an industry plant just by fucking nature. Okay? So in music, you find a band, like people go work clubs. At least it used to work this way. Now you just go fucking viral or whatever. But like you work clubs, you work your way up. You know, you're lucky enough to get a show. You move out to LA with your band. You're lucky enough to get a show somewhere where some fucking agent or some executive sees you who's keeping a low pro hanging out in the back of the room. And then they go, this is the next big band and we'll market you this way and shit like that. In pro wrestling, yeah, there's a lot of people found on the indies and shit, but Conrad, the majority of wrestlers are industry fucking plants. Like, most of them, if you're on the indies, that doesn't matter once you're in the WWE machine or even the AEW machine. It's like saying Omega's an industry plant because why? He was planted in Japan to be like the Japan guy who has the bangers and shit. And he, like, who's more of a real believable gimmick as well? You want to talk about what's relatable and believable? Kenny cosplaying an anime guy, or like a Roman Reigns who now is himself. Yes, the Shield shit and the big dog was very whatever, but like Hulkamania was a manufactured thing as well that got shoved down. It's the same thing. So are we just calling all of the biggest wrestlers of all time? Was Stone Cold not an industry plant when Vince goes, beat up the boss? You're the first guy allowed to do that, to really kick my ass and stuff. And then he blew up into the biggest fucking thing. Is that not the industry and the machine getting behind him to fucking, it's just a crazy, when they go, hey, you're a zombie, the most unrelatable thing ever to the Undertaker. And he's able to get it over. And it's Vince McMahon's greatest creation. That's how everyone refers to the Undertaker, right? So is that not an industry plant? I just don't even get what Conrad's saying with this. It's so fucking stupid.
Tomorrow, WWE's fortune changes at all. I think,
he's saying if Roman left the company, their fortune stays the same. A bunch of people don't stop watching WWE. This is why they have Roman showing up to face the winner of a AAA tournament and shit. Because he's not a number changer. We can objectively look at the data and see that he draws for them. He wasn't responsible for Vince leaving all the way up to WrestleMania 40 and shit, being the hottest act, a wrestling boom that he was at the tippy top of the mountain of. He's not responsible for any of that, Conrad. He doesn't boost the ratings when he's there. They don't lose a nut when they can't sell Roman Reigns t-shirts or when he shows up to a Fanatics thing, his line isn't longer than fucking LA Knights. Conrad, are you sure about that?
Oh, come on now, Eric.
I don't buy it. So the 90s guy for 5 says, best channel, man. All these fake people. You were legit. Love your work all the way from Australia. Good day, mate. Throw another shrimp on the bob, eh? Thank you so much, the 90s guy. I'm also a 90s guy. You know what I'm saying? And thank you. Yeah, I try not to, I don't know, dude. I'm fence-sitting Phil, okay? Just try to call it like it right down the line. You're out. And then that 90s guy gifts a Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Shout out whoever got that too. Whoever got that, let it be known you got that and shout you out, okay? I don't know who did, but I appreciate you guys. Yeah, that main event that went over an hour on Dynamite was shitty. Let's continue with the main event player, Roman
Him
Reigns.
so hard against the grain. Down our throats is the phrase that Triple H would use about why they're not pushing Braun Breaker. Well, they pushed Roman down our throats forever. We had a good storyline with the bloodline, but now that the bloodline is sort of, it feels like it's into its black and silver era of the NWO. It's kind of like, it was a fun moment in time, but it's time to move on.
No, I disagree. I think that in the floodline, the faux bloodline era, I think maybe you could argue like, oh shit, this is like, to me, this is the Wolfpack era now. Pun intended, with Jacob Fatu, the Samoan werewolf, you know? It's like it is cool. I think that the bloodline's picking up heat right now just because Jacob Fatu's so awesome, Roman's so awesome, the Usos are obviously over, Solo's heating up again, and then the Tongans with Haku's way better than whatever fake bloodline they were in. Sucks Tongaloa can't be a part of it, but I don't know if you can skip the black and silver NWO 2000 era and be like, yeah, they're in the Wolfpack era after that. Because the Floodline, maybe you could argue, was the black and silver era or even the Wolfpack era. But I don't know. I think it's actually starting to get interesting again for the first time in a little while.
Don't know that there's any really, truly fanatical Roman Reigns fans. Like if they booked Roman the way they do Punk or the way they do Cody or the way they do anyway, I just feel like he has just we've been conditioned to believe he's the top guy, but there's no real reason. I don't know that anybody could say, here's my favorite Roman match or here's.
Bro, come on. This is insane to say, especially lately. I don't know if anyone can say, here's my favorite Roman match. Dude, they stole the show in that triple threat. Roman stole the fucking show again this last SummerSlam with Seth, you could argue. He stole the fucking show. He had a complete banger. He's so fucking over. He objectively moves fucking merch, the ratings, all of these fucking things. There's a reason why. I don't know if we can point to a reason why he'd be... Dude, he shows up on Raw. He's the world heavyweight champ. He's been on most Raws this summer, and they continue to garner like 14,000 people per Raw, 10 to 14,000 every fucking Raw. It's crazy, Conrad.
My favorite. When people talk about their favorite match ever, how many people list a Roman Reigns match? How many people list...
What the fuck does that matter? What the fuck does that literally matter? Do you know who doesn't rate if you're going to play that game? Anybody. Because everybody's favorite matches are like, oh, do you remember Rock versus Hogan? Or do you remember fucking Kurt versus Benoit? Or do you remember Shane versus Kurt? Or do you remember fucking... There are tons of memorable... You guys remember when Roman flipped the ring on fucking Brock Lesnar. Do you guys remember the Shield versus the Wyatts? The Wyatt family? Come on, man. There's so many. How about recently, Punk versus Roman stole the show? How about that triple threat they just had? How about fucking him versus Seth might be somebody's favorite match? You don't point to Roman and look at your favorite match. That's like saying, people would say the same thing about John Cena. Oh, he calls the spots and he just blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about, dude?
Their favorite promo ever as a Roman Reigns match. And it's not like he's doing the world PR tour and doing all the heavy lifting.
Oh my God. And that 90s guy, the 90s guy, gifted 5 pro wrestling. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. And with that, we cue the music. Holy shit. Who got those? Shout out the people who got those. Yeah, we out here. Let's go. Who got them? Let it be known. But it ain't so bad. Let's go, guys. Everybody sing it in chat. This is wrestling. Bow, 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 bow. Long time coming, but she's going wild. Oh, yes. Let's go. She ain't the girl she was be. Everyone, she's a good girl gone bad. Shimona. I've never had a Holy shit. 5 stars for the 90s guy with a massive fucking support. Thank you so much. Wowza. And shout out everybody who got those. StreamYard Live. There's no way to see, at least to my knowledge, who gets gifted memberships. But the Member Monday shows go wild. So make sure you guys check those out in the back catalog of all of those. We do watch alongs and shit like that. So that was spectacular. Yeah, Jericho, guys. You gotta love it. I have a new tune, a new fucking quarantine tune coming to a board near you. So that's awesome shit. Somebody said something in chat, but it's going by fast, very fast, because there's a bunch of you watching, and I forget what was said. Something about I'm scrolling all over here. Let me see. Squeeze my bum. No, not that. Who knows where that finger has been? Guys, Jericho on his graduation gown. Oh yeah, this right here from Steno says, next thing you know, he is gonna say how many 5 stars exactly. What's Conrad? Oh, come on now, Conrad. That's not very fair. What are you gonna fucking say? That he didn't have a fucking 10 at Starrcade and on to 7, Eric? Are you gonna start asking about how many 5-star matches
Come
he's
on
had?
now, Eric.
It's ridiculous.
Like they have a Cody Rhodes, or before that, with John Cena doing. He just flies in, takes 12 minutes to get to the
Oh
ring.
my God. And that 90s guy gifts another 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. You know what they say, dude. Sometimes in life you gotta be a hoe. Do we run it? One more? Do we yeet it? Do we run it back? One more time? Oh my God, we're running it back. If you don't like Jericho, this is a shitty night for you, folks. Let's go. Oh yeah, 90s guy going crazy. Oh yes. All the support, guys. Thank you so much. An amazing evening. And if you just want to hit like or thumbs down or retweet it, do that shit. Show us you care, baby. One more time. Let's all sing it. She ain't the girl she was before. She's a good girl. Let's go. Come on, show me the way. Everybody in chat, real quick. You all know the words. This, like, Thank you. We'll be here all week. Thank you, Donkey. Fuck yeah, dude. The whole chat's going to be members at this rate. Make sure you guys thank this gentleman and tune into the Member Monday shows. Let's continue with this overrated. You know who's not overrated? The 90s guy or PWT. God damn it. PWT. But Conrad, this take is overrated. Okay.
Wrestles kind of the same match, does it really, really slow, gets his hand raised, and he moves on. He's Goldberg if Goldberg worked more than 10 minutes. What say you?
I don't know the words. I don't. I don't know them all.
Okay.
So Bischoff just goes, I agree. But like, you're not watching the shows, but.
Well, how about that?
I know that's not what you're expecting because apparently people think that I support everything WWE, which is clearly not the case. But yeah, I give an honest opinion and I look at things from a business perspective, which probably puts me on the WWE side of the equation for obvious reasons because they're doing really, really well. But there are things like this that I just shake my head at. You know, it's funny. You know how much I put over the Bloodline story. To this day, in this moment, I believe it's really one of the best stories that have ever been told in wrestling. Yeah. For a lot of different reasons. But
so is the NWO, though. So I guess the comparison, you know, because the NWO story was, to this day, it's one of the best ever stories ever told. Same with the Bloodline. And so Eric is being tame here, but he ain't watching the shit. I know he's not. He says it so much. Let's see if Conrad says anything else. I appreciate you, Uncle E, Easy E. We love you, bud. But, you know, we got some more news to get through here, so we're going to keep it moving. So speaking of keeping it moving, we got a couple roster thises and that's. Well, let's actually do, we'll save that. We got a couple just rosters, WWE thises and that's, and then we'll get into the business side of things. So Liv Morgan is in the Bad Lieutenant Tokyo trailer, and Bad Lieutenant, we've talked about the CWJ for 5 says if Reigns is an industry plant, what is Ospreay? Well, that's exactly what I'm fucking saying. He has never drawn a dime, increased ratings no matter 5-star Dave Meltzer bangers. Dave Meltzer gives, he is not the guy. And like, yeah, I mean, I don't even want to do the whataboutism with AEW, but just in general, everybody's a plant. Fucking Ospreay's just there to have a 5-star fucking banger. That's all he's there to do, and it hasn't helped them at all. Roman objectively has helped them, and I don't know what is overrated. What does that mean in wrestling? Are you drawing? Do you show up in shape? Do you have really good matches? You're stealing the show every pay-per-view you're on? Oh, fuck. 14K are showing up to watch you on Raw every week, and you don't even have a match every fucking week. You just walk out and put the finger up and say, acknowledge me? Well, fuck. What else? How else could you were part of the Shield, one of the fucking most memorable factions in the last decade or two, going on 2 now. One of the most memorable factions, 3-man tandems that everybody fucking loved. What else can you ask of the guy? I just don't get it. You have a look. You're in movies now. You're a Hollywood star. How is that overrated? That's Hulk Hogan, bitch. I don't get it. Thank you so much for the super chat. And the 90s guy again gifts another Pro Wrestle Clips membership.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
He just really wanted to felt 90s guy. Thank you so much for the massive support. You just wanted me to go off on Conrad. And shout out Fat Bean. Shout out everybody who got, I have no clue who all got these memberships, but shout you all out and make sure you thank the 90s guy. Okay. So Liv Morgan is in the Bad Lieutenant. Speaking of Hollywood stars, Liv Morgan's in the Bad Lieutenant Tokyo trailer. Let's take a look at this trailer, a very movie trailer. I guess we got like 2 of them, but a very movie focused PWT. And I talked about this a bit on Memba Monday. Bad Lieutenant, one of them has Harvey Keitel in them. One of them has Nicolas Cage in them. One of them's based in, I want to say, New York, and then the other one's in New Orleans. This one's in Tokyo. I don't know. When I saw Liv was announced for this, I went, holy shit, man. She's not going to do a comedy or like a slasher flick or like something more tame, even though a slasher flick, I mean, there could be blood and guts and stuff. But the Bad Lieutenants movies got dicks in them. They got titties in them. They got violence in them. They got corrupt cops sniffing drugs in them and shit. And I'm sitting there going, whoa, this is like a pretty intense role to take on. And I wonder, like how far she goes. Not that I'm sitting there as a gooner, and I explain this, like, the gooners are going to be all over this because it looks like she's fucking and killing some dude in Minecraft in this movie, in the trailer. That's what it looks like from the trailer. Now, the gooners will be all over that. They'll be on Titty Watch, right? But let's say it goes to that level, like it's crazy. Like, let's say she has even like a sex scene. WWE's cool with that. They're censoring the blood and shit on Netflix. But they're cool with her doing this, and I know that they're letting these wrestlers go out and do the damn thing, right? And I'm sure that fucking in Highlander, you're going to have Drew McIntyre chopping heads off and shit. But all I'm saying is, like, the world has definitely changed. If this is the movie that she's a part of, goddamn, let's take a look at the trailer. We'll kind of skim through it for the Liv parts like we did for MJF. He's hacking a dude up or hacking himself up, or he's a fucking zombie or something. I don't know. Just joking. So there's Liv Morgan, right? Being sexy, licking this, it looks like some rice or potatoes or something. But some noodles, actually. It looked like some noodles. Licking a noodle? That who? No, it's joking. We're joking, guys. So we move along, and then she's here like, look, this is her like banging a dude and killing him. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know, man. The Gooners will be out for this. Big time. Like, is this not her? Maybe that's not her. But then it looks like her hand there, maybe. She's always wearing all the rings, and she's banging the Bad Lieutenant of Tokyo. Possibly. Maybe that's not her, right? But she is top billing as Liv Morgan. So it just got me wondering, like, they're cool with her being in this movie. Lily James, of course, showed her out. But Liv Morgan, she's not in there as, what's her name, Gianna Daddio or whatever. She's in this shit as Liv fucking Morgan, a WWE-owned trademark. So they're obviously cool with the shit, and it's coming soon, and I think it's nominated for some indie awards or something. I'm actually not even sure, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that, and if it's a good flick. I'll definitely check it out. I'll definitely check out, I'm not going to go to the theater to see it, but I'll watch God of War as well, because Batista's in that shit. When wrestlers are in things, and especially when they make their acting debuts, I'm all about it. So speaking of acting debuts, so Russell Crowe and Drew McIntyre are in the Highlander movie. I think they're both in that, right? And then who else is in it? Cavill, Batista, I think, is in that movie too. I don't know. But here's Russell Crowe, who's now in another movie with Drew McIntyre, and that's where he's been. And they're getting yoked up and jacked up together in the gym, and I think they're becoming best of friends here, as you can see. And Russell Crowe in amazing shape. Maybe we'll see Drew on the Joe Rogan Experience sometime soon. No, but yeah, Gladiator, ex-Warrior, and I'm just fucking pumped for Drew. I'm so happy that he's getting legitimate roles with legitimate actors, and clearly he's a legit fucking actor. If people keep casting him and stuff like this, and big names, like, it's Russell Crowe, dude. So we move along here. And in other, I guess, just big news here. Bianca Belair welcomes to the world her child, Romeo Leonardo Allen Crawford. He's doxxed. Why'd you dox him? No. But she had her baby, and we won't be seeing her around anytime fucking soon. They might even have another one. Who fucking knows? And we were talking about Roman Reigns and box office just a moment ago, and we'll loop around to the big tournament announced that Roman Reigns is at the helm of because he's overrated, as Conrad Thompson would say. But Tiffy Time met up with Tiger Time, the cast of 72 Hours. Of course, Kevin Hart. I haven't watched this yet. I will at some point. But who else is in this shit? So here's some Netflix integration here. Kevin Hart, of course, has a deal with Netflix, and they released this movie 72 Hours. I think it's about a bachelor party or something. And you got Cuba Gooding Jr.'s kid is in it. Cam Patterson from Kill Tony / SNL now. And here's Tiffy Stratton interviewing them.
If you guys could be a WWE superstar, what would your guys' persona be?
I would be Kevin Hotfoot Hart because all my moves come with a flair because I'm hot on my feet. I know what you're going to say.
Did you guys see the trailer for Jumanji 3 or whatever the fuck 4? It just looks like straight shit. Your boy Phil ain't buying it. One or two of them okay. The one concept is that it's cool that like each movie essentially Kevin Hart and The Rock and Jack Black are like playing different people who take over the video game characters. So that there's longevity in that, but like, come on, man. The Rock's following up Moana with that garbage.
What am I going to say? It's going to be something Libre.
Well, now it feels just stupid.
No, I want to know.
And I was thinking, well, before he's Marcelo Libre.
Hey!
Oh,
shocker.
Love that.
Shocker. Muddy Mace.
Can you describe that?
Yeah, sure. I bring in a bunch of mud and I put it on my body, and then I put the mud in the audience and everybody gets dirty.
That's enough.
Okay. I love that.
Cam the Tiger Patterson.
I want you to go to sleep. I want you to take a nap.
You spent all
Right
that
now.
time.
No, it's time.
Explain why the tiger. What
Do
does
you
that have
have
to
like
do?
a catchphrase?
It's Tiger Time, killer.
Tiger time, mine is Tiffy time.
Locked in. We know it. Come on.
If you guys
Cam Patterson, he's a pretty funny dude. SNL, I mean, who wouldn't take that job, right? But Kill Tony really blew him the fuck up to where SNL and some of these other places even took notice. Now he's in movies and shit. Good for him. So, speaking of good for him, man, and big business, WWE announces this, and I know according to Conrad, Roman, oh, come on now, Roman, that's not very fair. You're an industry plant. And you can save money on industry plants, 30% off rubber plants down below if you click the link in the description. So Lucha Libre AAA General Manager Rey Mysterio announced a historic tournament featuring the best luchadores from WWE, Raw, SmackDown, and AAA, and the winner will challenge Roman Reigns for the World Heavyweight title. So it's only for luchadors then?
On September 14th, Monday Night Raw makes history when we broadcast live from Arena Ciudad de Mexico in Mexico for the first time in 15 years. Now, I'm not just a Raw superstar, I'm also the general manager of AAA. And that's why earlier this week, I spoke with Raw general manager Adam Pearce and the OTC, Roman Reigns. Roman recognized how important Lucha Libre is to me and how important this night is. And that's why he has agreed to defend the World Heavyweight Championship that night on Raw. That's right. Now, I promise to deliver.
So there you go. Raw in Mexico. Roman Reigns will be there. He will defend against, I'm assuming, as soon as I heard this, I'm like, El Grande Americano. It's right there. Hopefully you can capture the magnitude of who he is throughout this tournament or whatever the fuck. But then the Raw in Mexico, I mean, you're going to see like the masses who maybe don't watch AAA on YouTube or Fox, whatever the fuck, wherever you are in the world, right? I'm in Canada, so fuck, buddy. We watch it on ice screens and shit there, bud. We project it on the side of the igloo there, but no, but we watch on YouTube, right? Or Netflix. So the people who don't watch it on YouTube, or wherever the fuck you're going to watch it on Raw. Millions of people are going to see how over that guy is and the magnitude of what fucking his character is and what it means to Mexico and all of that shit. And there's going to be massive pops, and you're going to see some of the AAA stars cross over on that Raw. I'm certain of it. And I can't wait. And El Grande versus Roman, that's like big business, man. And that's like lending Roman's power to fucking El Grande and vice versa. Like all these Mexican fans that fucking show up in droves and just sing to this guy and fucking serenade him every time he hits the ring and everything. He's beloved there. Ludwig Kaiser. Can you imagine, dude? Ludwig fucking Kaiser's fighting Roman Reigns for the world title. Is that like, who would have thunk it? It's crazy. It's amazing. And that's got to be who it is. Unless like Penta pulls it off and then they go with that because he's so over and they know the Mexico crowd will put. But as soon as I heard this, I thought El Grande. Now, Dave Meltzer, I think everybody did, right? Why wouldn't you do Roman versus El Grande, the most over guy in the world / in North America versus, or not even North America, let's say like the United States, and then the most over guy in Mexico, which is a part of North America, El Grande. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you do that? But if they do go the Penta route, I don't know, maybe that's the safe, like, well, these guys are both on Raw route, and then El Grande can do something different. I don't fucking know, but I think everybody thought that. Then Dave Meltzer's like, well, actually, it's like, Brian, well, it's like, it's going to be, fucking, what is it going to be? El Grande. Sources backstage are saying that it's going to be El Grande. And it's like, you don't know that for sure, you dickweed. So moving along here and talking about the business end of things, okay? So the Busted Open guys were in attendance at SummerSlam, and Nick Khan apparently told WWE radio hosts to be critical of the company. So whether Nick Khan told him that or not, obviously they're going to be critical of the company still. They're just not going to talk about AEW. Now, if that's disappointing for you and you're like a rabid sicko who loves Busted Open, I don't know what the crossover is on that, man. But good for Busted Open. Like, they are the official show. Like, show that wasn't built by WWE to be on WWE radio. Like, that's a big fucking deal. All right? I know some people are mad about it.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
But I think it's a good thing and good for them. And of course, Nick Khan's going to be like, be critical. Now, are they going to be critical like Phil Marks and like, fuck that, this is stupid? No. But they're going to do their thing. You can't be mad at it. So speaking of the big business and all the big wigs here, TKO president Mark Shapiro says the company prioritizes fan experience. Now, this triggered people too. And it's the dumb fucking thing of the week here. I don't know, the dumb fucking moment of the week that isn't Dave. I guess he holds the crown for that. But this was the thing that stood out to me. People getting triggered by this is like, what are you, fucking mental? This is what he's saying here is every single business. You can apply this to any business across the board, no matter how big or small. He says that the company prioritizes fan experience and improving profitability, though they're not mutually exclusive or always in that order. So he starts out by saying the 2-day shows. So the way they word it, fan experience and improving profitability, but it won't be in that order. And then he goes on to give an example of how the profitability doesn't take precedence over the 2-night affair for the fan experience. And it's in no particular order. So the way the dirt sheets word it here is they go fan experience over profitability, but not in that order. So people are like, what? So you mean like the profitability over the fan experience? But then he goes and gives an example of where the fan experience takes precedence over the money aspect, and that should be every business's priority. You want to make fucking money, and you want to give fans the best experience. Now, the number one criticism I guess you could give to this, in my opinion, is if the fans are having the best experience, you're more than likely going to make the most money and shit, or you're going to make more money. Not the most, I guess, but just like you're going to make money if the fans are fucking satisfied and you give the people what they want. They go hand in hand. Every business should be going, yes, we're trying to make money and give people a good time and in no particular order, right? So some people took this the wrong way and they're like, oh, bet fucking. So again, he goes on to say, like, look, we could have done SummerSlam in one night and likely had a higher ticket per cap. But in looking at the event, we chose 2 days because it's better for the fans. So you can flip that either way. That's the whole point of saying it's in no particular order. This is literally what every business should be saying. It doesn't matter if you sell pizzas or cakes or fucking you're an independent contractor or you fucking, do a live show like this or you're a pro wrestler. It's crazy, man. And so TKO reported a revenue of $1.547 billion in its 26 second quarter earnings. WWE brought in $620.9 million, a 12% increase from the same period last year. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Give me 500 grand, you greedy bastards. TK, I'll fucking shill your shit too, buddy. I'll start shilling like busted open. No. TKO reports second quarter 26 results. UFC, so again, WWE edged out UFC, but by even more than last time. It was closer last time. We saw these, right? And here's the other thing too. UFC is claiming they lost $30 million on the White House show. So even if you add that 30 million, it's still way more. WWE did way more total revenue. With who, Conrad? Oh, come on now. That's not very fair. If you removed Roman fucking Reigns, this would be the same number? Are you sure about that, Conrad? That's all I can literally say about
Are you sure about that?
Conrad. Shout out Conrad in 83 weeks, but like, what are we talking about here, buddy? So again, man, WWE just raking it in, and I don't give a fuck unless we get stages like we do at SummerSlam. And I don't like the Adamania. Could it be 610 and they do less ads and I'll be more satisfied as a fan and they don't have the mug root beer dog come out during Chad? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, the Corpo slop is not my cup of fucking tea. But you tune into WWE and the boys are getting paid. I thought that's the allure. Like, you want everybody to get paid a lot, right? So what do you think fucking CM Punk's making a shitload of money or not a shitload of money? What do you think Roman Reigns wearing $500,000 watches? What is he making? I thought we want the boys to make money. Do we want the bigger the best fucking shows and production quality? I do. I want the stage to look like it did at SummerSlam. I've said it. I want the Saudis to go all out at the Saudi WrestleMania, and I want to see holograms of like different wrestlers like fucking Hogan and Andre, like just giant, like gargantuous Galactus-sized fucking holograms shot up in the air of like them facing off, and then like Rock and Austin, and then like fucking Cena and Rock, and then like Brock and Roman and shit. I want to see like hologram. I want them to go all out for the fans and the visual presentation. I hope WWE spends some of this money, lose some of it, and do a show at the Sphere. That'd be so cool for WWE, man. The Sphere. Imagine the visual presentation they could put on. I want to see some of that money spent on the superstars and not obviously releasing people like the New Day and stuff like that. But the New Day had a choice, and they asked, hey, you're going to take they have to run a business too at the end of the day. And do they have a bloated roster? Yes, they fucking do. Am I super pleased with, let's just bring Corbin back and Big Cass so they can do the same thing on Raw and SmackDown thus far from what we've seen? No, I mean, it would be nice if the creative endeavors matched the money they're raking in, but the creative endeavors, I guess, are because of the creative endeavors that the money they're raking in. And if it's not that, if WWE's so bad creatively, then what is it? It's the magnitude of the superstars. So Roman Reigns, And last year in Q2, I don't know if Cena already started his retirement tour or it already ended or where we were in that, but they're doing better than Q2 last year. And everybody said WWE's fallen off and they're not at their peak. Where's Dave Meltzer talking about the peak, Brian? Where's everybody talking about, oh, it was the Cena thing that saved them and everything? They did better than last year Q2. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know where all this cope comes from, but it is what it is. They're crushing it. And in other business news, it was Dana White, actually, who announced a series of events that will be taking place in Arizona. And one of them was the Royal Rumble 27 will take place in February in Arizona. So there you go, guys. That will be a hot fucking Royal Rumble in the desert. And let me know if you guys are pumped for that. It's a cool spot to go. Things can change, though. You never know. WWE's Senior Vice President of Global Strategy is gone, which is crazy because their global strategy has been uncanny as of late. But Patrick Dooley, WWE's Senior Vice President of Global Strategy and Corporate Development, is no longer with the company, according to PWI. He left quietly in late July and attributes the information to a WWE executive with direct knowledge to the situation. They haven't said anything publicly, and his position was effectively second to Paul Levesque. So look out if he got a fucking raise and he just takes that over, or Undertaker gets a promotion or whatever the fuck, man, they're stroking. They might not see, they're shedding dead weight in the office too. And everybody likes when the office gets cut. They just don't like when the talent gets cut, but they like when the office gets cut. And speaking of cutting things out, The Undertaker. He was at Fanatics Fest NYC, which Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet, again, he's not on WWE radio. He's not co-opted by any one company, but he's so over that he gets to do a Fanatics Fest NYC official insight pod. You want to talk about independent? The Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet running shit. Again, another Canadian. That's how we do. And he's talking to The Undertaker. He pulls a massive guest. And The Undertaker talks about how, you know, if you listen a year ago or two or whatever the fuck, when he had his old co-host, he loved podcasting. It was his favorite thing. It was so fun. He didn't realize how fun it was going to be. And he didn't realize how good the business end of it, et cetera, et cetera. And I told you guys this. These WWE pods, I'm sure they get views and shit, but they're duds. Like, they don't really offer that much. Now, Undertaker's pod did offer quite a bit when he was with his old co-host. But now it's just like another one of these corporate fucking pods that you might get there's a viral moment or whatever, but they do it with Michelle McCool, and they fucked it up. And now he's sitting here talking about he's going to end 6 feet under, and it's like pulling teeth. Not even like a year later. It's pulling teeth. It goes from he's got the president on and it's his favorite thing to do in the fucking world. And he's having a laugh, just a grand old gay old time with all of the old wrestlers that he used to know coming on his show. And it's just so fun. And then now it's pulling teeth and everybody's roasting it. And the views, I fucking guarantee, fell off. And the views fell off for the buddy who took the old channel. His old co-host took the old channel and then completely rebranded it and just started uploading videos. And it's like, dude, you just fucked yourself completely. You were better off just starting a new channel and then keeping the old content for like old, like people would still, it would still generate revenue. But I think he removed all the old videos. So who knows if WWE made him do that or what? If he had to accept a buyout, who fucking knows? But this is what Undertaker had to say. His heart's not in it. And let's face it, his wife fucking ruined the show. She self-inserts. She tries to jump in on stories where it's like, nobody wants to hear this from you. Like, were you dating Undertaker then? No, then no one gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? And it's no offense to Michelle McCool, but she's just too much. And it's in radio, they call it the hole. Everybody thinks you just add a chick to a show and now it's got more mass appeal. No, that's not always the fucking case. And a lot of time they bring the conversation down, no offense, but just the way boys go back and forth. It was awesome seeing fucking Undertaker, his old co-host. I forget his name. They're drinking a couple whiskeys maybe, and they got the Godfather on and they're swapping tales. Like, that's where it was at. Michelle McCool was a diva. She held the co-diva titles. She was never the greatest wrestler. I've seen some people online be like, yeah, she's a pretend legend. Like, she's not even really a legend. She's a legend because she... But I disagree. Like, you get legend or Hall of Fame status if you win any title. Godfather's in the Hall of Fame. He won the IC title once, I think. You know, like, if you win any title in WWE, and even if you don't win a title, if you were a prominent enough character, I think you deserve like a Hall of Fame because it's kayfabe, it's scripted. She was a Divas champ, so you got to give her that. She wasn't like the worst wrestler ever, you know, not the best either. I doubt anybody's favorite. Maybe Lay Cool was somebody's favorite tag team or something at the time. But anyways, let's listen to Undertaker.
You're no stranger to podcasts. You're a podcaster yourself.
That's a stretch.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you been having fun with that?
Not at all. No.
So now he's not having fun. So it was fun. He abandoned his friend out of nowhere. Like an RKO. If you guys watch the video, his friend explains what happened between them. And Undertaker was just like, we're done doing this. And the next thing you know, he's starting a new pod under the Fanatics WWE banner. And it's with his wife. And it completely falls off. And everybody's like, she stinks. And then also Michelle McCool replaces Mickie James and fucking LFG, and everybody stops watching the show too. And I'm not saying Mickie James was the draw. I'm sure the format shift changed that. But think about it. The format shift changed. Michelle McCool's in the shit. Everybody stops watching. Sounds familiar, Undertaker, doesn't it? Just like your fucking pod.
I mean, Fanatics is actually one of my...
Matt is his name.
One of the sponsors, but I'd almost rather go to the dentist and pull a tooth than do a podcast. But
So what do you think how many more years?
I'd rather call up Isaac Yankum.
Months do you want to do the podcast?
My brother. Did you know we're brothers?
What do you think?
How much longer?
Yeah.
Oh man, you say years? Yeah.
It's not years?
No, we're probably talking months. I think when this.
And you got to think too, like before it was just him and his old co-host raking in all the dough. Now it's him getting less views on a shittier show with more commitments because wherever there's a fucking Fanatics, you got to do a 6 feet under. And he's getting less views, taking less of a cut because this is on the WWE side of things and they're going to take a cut of the sponsorships that they provide for you. So you can't work out a deal and all this shit. They provide the guests. You can't just have whoever you want on. And then instead of taking 100% of the dough of your split or whatever, you're taking fucking... Who even knows? 20% or some shit? Like, who even fucking knows what it is? Because WWE is going to take some. Fanatics is going to take some. It was a crazy bad business move and fucking stupid. Your own pod, you can do it on your own time. This pod, you have to do whenever your wife wants to do a fucking pod, basically. And she ain't doing shit else from what we can see. And he's ready to quit it. And it completely fell off. And then you tanked your buddy's business on the side as well. Now, what that Matt guy should have done was rebranded the channel, but just with another wrestler and convinced like the Godfather to do something with him or something like that. And it's like you just kind of insert another person, but it's the same dynamic, but it's like a wrestler, right? I think that would have fared better for him because his channel died too. And it's unfortunate. And at least Rhodes was sensible enough to be like, hey, Brandy, you do your shot of Brandy just on my channel, but like you're not co-hosting my show now with me out of nowhere. That was a way smarter move. Michelle McCool just should have had her own fucking thing that she did adjacent to 6 feet under or whatever, then popped in every now and again as a co-host. That would have been way better. But with that being said, and the senior vice president of Global, whatever the fuck, who helped with AAA on Fox and all of these things. He doesn't work there. Maybe Undertaker's getting a big fat raise and his focus should be on AAA. He's crushing it already as it is. So now he's just got more time to put towards Triple H. Word.
Contract.
Or AAA rather. Word.
Rolls out. I don't think we'll be renewing. Yeah. You're no stranger.
So he ain't renewing. Okay. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWWF News. And that was PWT Live Show, guys. I want to thank, round of applause to Club PWT, FKA, the PWT Universe, for the massive support, the massive turnout, the fucking memberships, all the new members. Shout out the 90s guys. Shout out everybody in chat. You know, everybody. Even if you're talking in chat or not, shout out everybody viewing. I appreciate you all. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. I might start early. It's going to be a fucking long one tomorrow, guys. So make sure you're tapped in for that. I appreciate you all. I've been Phil S. Marks. You have been the Club PWT. We had a poll in the chat. What promotion do you think feels the hottest right now? 88% of y'all said WWE. 4% tied across the board. 4%, 4%, 4% say every other Fed. And yeah, take that, Conrad. Now remove Roman Reigns, who's the hottest company. Do you know what I'm saying? I will see you all. I'm Phil S. Marks. I'll see you guys all tomorrow for Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. Same Phil channel, same Phil place, same Phil channel. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laughed, the podcast cried, the tribal wars burned all night. But Dave was there with a brand new take, explaining every questionable mistake. The critics yell from far and wide, but Dave is always by Tone's side. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and I'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone on the phone at 2:45. Dave, what'd you think of the show? Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro. The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here. Tony Khan is the best guy. The stars
the match. Dave loved the match. Tone booked the show.